wasn't very good. Ordinarily I get like 240 bales, 250 bales, I only got 60. Because of war.
Wow. Is this where you sit?
So how did we get the trash company with the dumpsters out there? That's a great deal.
Negotiated the contract. We can do it twice a year.
Really?
Yeah. Plus, we did pretty good with it. We negotiated it to where we didn't have any increase this year. And they can do, they used to could do 5%, now they can only do 4%. But we did a 5-year contract.
have a sneaky suspicion.
And we put it to the consumer pricing debt. So if it don't go up, it won't go up. But, it's capped.
That's a good thing.
Very good deal.
The only suggestion I could make is set one aside for metal.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what they do, but, yeah, that would be good. Then they could sell that metal instead of dumping it. I will never throw metal.
No, I never.
Say when?
I thought it was sad. When I get a truckload,
You ready?
Yeah, turn
I
it
do
in money
too,
instead
but
of
there's a
paying.
lot of people that don't. I
Oh,
know.
they don't.
I've been
Do we have an agenda for this one? Do we have agenda for this one? We don't adopt the agenda.
No, I don't know if they're still there.
Oh, the joint, okay.
He said he'd make more money if they'd let him take stuff.
I don't have that.
Good evening, everyone. This is a joint meeting of our Town Council and Planning Board. It is June the 26th, 2025, 7:05 roughly in the evening, PM. First off, let me welcome the Planning Board and joining us and everyone else that is here. Mr. Tu is here from the planning, from the Gifford County Planning. And if you would, again, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Rigsby, if I could call on you again to bless us this evening.
Yes, sir. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, as we move forward to further the citizens of Stokesdale, please keep us in your thoughts and prayers. Please keep those that protect us every day in your thoughts and prayers. And please look after those that are less fortunate. Amen.
For the Town Council, if you would, let's review, and I make a motion that we adopt the agenda for this evening on June 26, 2025.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, do we need to identify the members of council and the planning board that are present? I'm counting heads here, and this can't be all the planning board members.
It's not.
I see 4. Who's,
That's a quorum.
Curtis in here.
okay, I'm just saying, do we need to identify them for the record? We don't do this very often.
Mr. Jones, I'm going to call on you if you would identify our planning board for us. All of the Town Council members are present. Can you identify all of our planning board?
We have Mr. Steve Louis, Mr. T. Stevenson, Chris Summers, forgive me, Chris, and Andrea, I can't remember your last name, forgive me.
Myler.
Okay, we got it.
All right. I have a motion. Do we have a second?
I already said.
You did second, didn't you, Mr. Landreth?
I did.
Any discussion? Call for the vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am also aye. We'll open the floor again for public comments. 3 minutes, if you would. Please limit the comments. Would anyone like to speak? First item, consideration of the recommendation from the Piedmont Triad Regional Council, PTRC, to better align the town of Stokesdale Development Ordinance with North Carolina General Statute 160D. I don't have any recognition beside these, so I'll count on Mr. Foy, if you would, just.
Yeah, so Well, just to explain why we're having this unique meeting tonight is there were some changes made to state legislation regarding development ordinances, and we need to update our development ordinances to ensure compliant with the state legislation, which better known as Chapter 160D. So that's why we're here tonight. There's 73 different ordinances that either we are required to change or it has been recommended that we change. So that is what we're here to speak to tonight.
Mr. Floyd, for the record, so that it winds up in these minutes, I'd like to remind council that council voted on April the 11th, 2024 at a regular meeting to have the PTRC, when they went through this ordinance, to place in red those amendments that are required to put us in conformance with state law, and to print in blue any suggestions that were coming from PTRC only. And I hope that's been done. It's been a little confusing as we've gone down the road here. We got a number of different organizations involved, town staff, planning board, et cetera, But I want to be sure that we distinguish between the changes we have to do to keep us in conformance with state law and those that are suggestions coming from whomever they may come from.
I think that's a good point, and I'd like to express my gratitude to Chuck Winfrey, town attorney. He's done a fantastic job in doing his homework, and he's really helped us with a table of contents that separates those. I also learned something new, I guess in the last 24 hours about Microsoft Word. When you are in the, I guess what mode do you have to go in when you're making those edits? What's it called?
Tracking changes.
Okay, when you're in the tracking change mode, one user cannot have multiple colors. I tried to do it myself today, and it's just something, it's just something to do with the software. So without talking to the PTRC about the lack of two different colors, I mean, that's the roadblock they ran into. They tried to provide a table of contents that would add clarity to that. And unfortunately, it didn't add any clarity at all to me. I called Robbie today with my head about to explode during my lunch break when I was reading over this, trying to sort through what was what. But I think with the work that Chuck has done, we're going to be able to stay in a reasonable cadence tonight and be able to know what is what.
Is this the index that Elder Mr. Winfrey created?
Is that
The one summary of proposed changes?
That's correct.
You did a good job, a lot of detail there.
Well, thank you, and I will say, what I did was I was using Microsoft Word, and went through, since the staff had done the job of converting everything to a Word document. So that was the first thing that had to be done, because initially, some of our ordinance were only in paper form, and we're not even on the computer at all anywhere.
Okay.
First had to be converted to Word, and then that was what everybody started working on. So I was, by tracking the changes, and I just kept going to next change. And every time I ran across one, I would either put it in the PTRC bucket, or Mr. Two's bucket, or my bucket, as depending on who had recommended it. And I tried to summarize it as best I could.
Okay. With that said, council voted at our last meeting to prioritize these in such a way that we address the 160D compliance changes first, followed by the changes you've recommended for our sign ordinance, followed by the changes that Mr. Tew from Guilford County has recommended.
Well, I guess my recollection of that was that we were going to do the PTRC changes first, then my changes, then Mr. Tew's changes, which are a little bit different.
Again, I have indications that PTRC also made suggestions versus highlighting the changes that we needed to have to bring us in conformance with state law.
That's right.
And that's where I would look to Chuck to say, in your opinion, is this a recommendation or a requirement?
And I tried to put in the summary ones that I thought were bringing us into compliance with 160D or required by 160D, and the ones that I didn't think were necessarily required. For example, the first one, where they put the proper name of the airport. That's not a 160D requirement, but it's probably something we should change.
Sure. Yeah, that's good.
Yep. We were supposed to get a sheet from them or have it color coded. The things we had to do to be compliant. And then the other thing was gonna be recommendations. So what you're saying now is that we've got it all mixed up and we don't know for sure what anything is?
I think we've got, I mean, I feel like we've got that under control now. The initial one they used, was color coded. I can't remember exactly what they looked like, but they had a color coded document that was a checklist essentially.
Had I known we were gonna be here, I would not have voted to hire them if we can't get them to track the changes in such a way that they're separating their suggestions from the changes we need to make to conform to North Carolina law. We need to get the changes done to the North Carolina law, and then we can, at our leisure, can take into account anybody's suggestions, including those in the audience if we have a mind to, and work through the rest of it. So, I don't know what we do.
Again, I think with Chuck's guidance here, we're positioned for success. It doesn't look exactly like we expected it to. In fact, you know, not a few hours ago, I was extremely frustrated about what you're speaking of. But I'm in a better place because I feel like the table of contents that Chuck has prepared clearly lays out what we need to do. And we had.
I know, but we paid these people to do a job, and now we're gonna have to pay Mr. Winfrey to go behind them.
They did do the
is my
job,
point.
Tim. They
And
forgot the
everybody
colors.
else.
They didn't do the colors because they
Well,
couldn't under the edit mode.
I understand that. They could have changed the font, that they could have done something. These people are very, very good with computers, and I'm disappointed that they couldn't find a way to perform the task in the manner in which we asked them to. And they had the option of contacting us back and say, hey, we can't do this. And so,
I don't know if they did that back in November when they originally submitted or not. Do you know? October. Okay.
Okay, so we got this. This is what you did, Chuck, or did,
Sorry.
That's the
my eyes are
PTRC.
closed.
this is where, this says must. And then, that's from them? Okay, so we do have a sheet that says, it's got the must on it. And then we got,
Okay, guys, so everybody's referencing one document that we're going to use as a guide for this discussion. I'm holding up a document titled Summary of Proposed Changes to the Town of Stokesdale Development Ordinance. It is a 3-page document, front and back. Holding it up. Does everybody have this?
I do.
Only one side.
yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, it's front,
Yeah, mine's front back.
Oh, okay, there's the front back.
Yeah, it's how, we print front and back here, yeah. Save money. But, so does everybody have this? I do think it'll be an assistance to us all as we go through this. So in the first section of that is titled Changes Recommended by PTRC for 160D Compliance by Section. So these were the changes recommended by the PTRC. And if everybody has their book in front of us, let's see. Now, I'm not going to reference page numbers because if you printed out the book, the page number is going to be different than if you have it up on your computer. And that has to do with that edit mode I'm talking about. I've learned a lot of things today. So, but the first thing to discuss is section 1.4. So we would go to section 1.4. All right. Is everybody at section 1.4?
That would be page 13 of 679.
Yes,
It is in my book.
Okay, we're all agreed.
jurisdiction.
All right. Does anybody oppose to changing the name of the airport? I would like the planning board's or town council's opinion if you oppose to this change. If there's not an opposition, I would suggest we move that forward as part of the development ordinance change and make its way to the planning board for the public hearing.
If you do have an opposition, speak up with a no, please.
A no would trigger discussion. Any opposition? Seeing none, we will adopt that change. Move to the next section, 1.5. All right. If everybody could take about 10, 15 seconds to read this change. right, Chuck, do you have any comments about this?
Well, what I say on this one is just, makes it clear that the statutory basis, the authority for this ordinance falls under 160D instead of all these other ordinances that were under the old regime.
Makes sense.
So I would just say that it's just showing that 160D gives the authority for this ordinance, not these other statutes.
But this is not a required change, but you consider it to be as good and to
I would say it is a
make it
required
clearable, more readable.
I think it's required change to show that our statutory authority for our ordinance is under one.
It's in blue ink in my copy.
Okay, it's in purple in mine.
Yeah.
Thank you for that recommendation, Chuck. Are there any objections to this change? If so, please say no, and we'll move to discussion. Hearing none, we'll move forward. Section 110.
Page 17.
It's page 10 on my computer, so I'm not going to
I'll get
reference,
it.
I'm not
That's
going to
fine.
reference page numbers. Steve's got a 700-page document over there. I don't know
Well,
what he's.
679 total pages.
Okay.
679 total pages.
Okay, excuse me. So section 110, incorporated notice of 160D. If you could please take about 10 seconds to review the change.
Hold on, I gotta get there.
We're on 1-10.
Yes, sir.
This thing here's, I wish I'd brought my mouse.
All right, Chuck, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, and that just clarifies that any amendment to this or adoption of a new land use plan would be under 160D, which is
Okay.
that requirement.
Sounds like a
But-
requirement.
Is it required by law?
I would say so, because it
All right.
incorporates a new statute, so yes.
Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. Having heard that, are there any objections? Hearing that there are none, we will adopt this and move forward. Next up, section 1-11. All right.
Point three.
Yes, point 3. Thank you, Steve. It's actually 1-11.3 through point 7. So it looks like there was a lot of strike through here and not much additional verbiage. Chuck, your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, so 160D imposes a new requirement on the preservation of maps. The town has a duty to maintain the maps, which does not exist under the old law, so this incorporates those requirements of 160D to the preservation and maintenance of copies of maps.
What did it say before the change?
It's here.
Yeah, let's figure it out. So
It's where?
it just
In our
says,
book, it's stricken through.
so for example, on 1-11.5, it said Guilford County would maintain the maps.
Whoa. I'm on 11-3
Okay,
through 7,
Yes, sir.
and you're saying the strike-through language applies all the way over to here.
Yes, sir. And then the addition would be, instead of Guilford County Park, Stokesdale Town Hall. And then that is an addition. And then they're saying, take this part out. It's here now, so take it out. Chuck,
yes.
Is this required by law?
I think so, yes. I mean, I think it's to make our ordinance compliant with what the statute requires, yes.
are there any objections?
I do have a question. Do we have an official zoning map?
We have one, I don't think it's up to date though.
Well, the county maintains one for us. I don't know if we have one in the building. Mr. Tew?
Yeah, Guilford County, our official zoning map is the GIS, the Guilford County layers. I frankly don't know what it would mean for I guess it's referring to maybe paper copies here?
Well, paper copy or on the website, in other words, it may be available on the
Link
website.
it. Okay.
Notice 11.5, it's saying the official map is here in Stokesdale, in the town hall. I guess I've asked for the zoning map and we couldn't find it.
I think since we're the governing body, I mean, I would think we would need to have the map here.
A paper copy, yeah, I think we're just,
Mr. Chu, is this something you can provide to us?
I don't know if we have a paper copy. Like I said, at Guilford County, I think the previous intent of the ordinance was to have it match with Guilford County's ordinance, which states the GIS layer, the online, managed by our GIS staff, represents the official zoning map. It's kind of a move away from having an official paper copy that you're, drawing with on crayon or updating zoning districts. So my assumption is that that was the intent of the previous language, to just kind of hand the reins to Guilford County in terms of the official Stokesdale zoning map. But I don't know.
Yeah, and it says the town may choose to provide the official zoning map on the town website in digital form. So
excellent.
it gives the town the option of having a link
To the county
to the
GIS.
county to-
Right, which makes sense because this is probably a carryover from 1989.
Right.
So, are there any objections to this change?
I object to it on the grounds that I haven't had a time to study it and understand it, and I'm not sure for sure that PTRC that has put this in here as a suggestion or a change that has to be made to be 160D compliant. So that's just where I'm at. It's out of an abundance of caution. I want to believe everything's okay.
Okay. Are there any other thoughts from either planning board or town council members?
I would ask that the town council get this map and review it and make sure it is correct. I mean, it is a very important map because there's a lot of people affected.
It is, and Guilford County is the one that keeps up with the map and GIS. Am I correct?
Right.
Like there's a GIS department within Guilford County. Is that department closely linked to the planning department?
Yeah.
Okay.
For example, whenever there's a rezoning request that gets passed, the information's relayed to them, they update the zoning layer, that kind of thing.
How often is that updated? I mean, is it a monthly cadence, a weekly cadence?
The zoning layer in particular gets updated when changes happen. For example, like lot lines, parcel lines get updated whenever a deed or a plat comes through. So that's the tax mapping department a little bit different, but it's constantly, the different layers are constantly being updated.
So it's basically a live
Yeah.
electronic document, basically.
So bottom line, what are we doing on this amendment? This section, just bottom line.
Well, bottom line, I would be okay advancing this, so I think there should be a vote of the town council.
That's not what I'm saying. Is this putting a copy here?
Oh, okay, so you're,
We putting a link on our website, but nothing would stop us from printing a copy or going to the GIS department asking for the data file, and we could print our own copy of it. But keeping in mind that every time we make an amendment to the ordinance or a zoning amendment, it's going to change the map. So we're going to have to keep reprinting and reprinting.
I don't personally know why you would want a paper copy. You would go to the electronic link that's always up to date.
So I agree in terms of that's my personal preference,
Well,
but I think different folks, different strokes, different folks, right? I mean,
Might I add that not every citizen necessarily has access to the necessary computer links and what have you to be able to utilize that method.
But if they're to come to the town hall, we can access that for them.
Electronically.
that's right. That's right.
Well,
Tim, do you?
my objection remains.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we advance the recommended changes in 111-3 through 7. This is a vote of the town council.
Second that amendment. Motion.
Any discussion? Take a vote. Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landrith?
In paper or digital. I mean, I don't really have a problem. We need to have a copy. It says at the end or. Why not both? I'll vote to have I'll vote for it. Aye.
Mr. Landrith is aye. Mr. Jones?
I'm nay.
And I am aye.
Section 2-1-1C. Right? Am I reading it correctly? Okay. Let me get there.
Section 2-1-1, or dot,
Dot one.
Dot one.
And there's a C.
C.
The definition of a building is what we're looking at under 2-1.1.
Mr. Foy, I had been led to believe that we were just going to do an overview tonight, that we wouldn't be voting on these changes line item by line item. I just received this book this afternoon, maybe about 1 p.m. I realize the electronic copies have been out there. I don't normally even attempt to try to go through this much material utilizing a computer, and I don't think it's fair to me to try to force me to do so either as a citizen or a council member. And so I will vote against every one of these if I'm uncertain. It's not that I question the rest of the council's judgment, that I question Mr. Winfrey's legal expertise. It's just because I'm very cautious about these things, because these things, it's the law on our citizens. It restricts the use of their property in many cases. It just becomes something that they can't overcome once it's in place.
Well, just to clarify.
Changes in 160D are a whole lot more friendly for property rights.
Well, just to be avoiding confusion on the process. So tonight's meeting is just an introduction. I guess I had intended to be like just a introduction to you all to what the ordinance proposed changes are by categories you requested them to be presented. Once you are comfortable with the ordinance, and not saying or think it should be something that the town should consider, then you would ask the planning board to then conduct a public hearing. So the next step, tonight is not the adoption of the ordinance. Tonight is, this is what's been proposed. Are we comfortable asking the planning board to have a hearing on this?
Yeah, I do understand this is not the public hearing.
Right, and then so they'll have a hearing, and then they'll make recommendations, and some of these things they may say we recommend, they may say some of these things we don't recommend, and they may make other recommendations that aren't even on here, based on what public input they may get from the public or their own thoughts during their review of it. So there's gonna be a separate review by them, and then after that, then it will come back to the town council for another public hearing.
Yeah, when I voted for PTRC to do this, I thought I was voting for somebody to go through our ordinance and update it to the required legal changes that 160D imposed on the town of Stokesdale, not to insert suggestions along with those changes to the point where I can't easily follow what they've done.
We're going through this line by line right now like we're okaying this. How many people in here's had this and read it? I've read a little bit of it, but
I'd like to know that too.
you know, I mean, this is pretty, I'm not, y'all might be sharper than I am, but I'm not sharp enough to look at this stuff at just one sitting here for 15 seconds and then, oh yeah, you know, or whatever. I mean, that's, it wasn't my intention to do that tonight either, so.
All right, well, I'll raise my hand. I haven't read it all. I haven't looked at the changes. Am I the only one?
No, I hadn't read it all. I've read
I've
quite
read
a
the
bit of it, but
changes.
as
There's
a
no
planning
way I'm
board,
reading it
anybody on the
all.
planning board had this material?
Mayor, you've read it all?
No,
Mr.
I'm
Rigsby's read
with
it
you.
all? Mr.
No.
Summers, you read it all?
Read the changes.
Read the changes?
So you got to change it.
Mr. Stevens? Ms. Mailer? You, just the changes.
Which is convenient because that's what we're here tonight to talk about is the changes. If y'all want to do it a different way, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's where we started from. It's not your process, Mr. Foy, I object to. It's just, again, as I previously stated, I'm not questioning the judgment of the council members or the legal expertise of Mr. Winfrey. I just have experience with this for many years now, and I just know it kind of becomes like a snowball rolling downhill, an avalanche, and all the stuff just gets rolled together and gets approved without anybody really understanding it when it's already kind of confusing right out of the gate. So I just tend to proceed with caution when I look at these things, because I know the impact it has on some poor individual out there a few years down the road that's trying to deal with the county, and, you know, they don't perhaps have the money for an attorney or a land planning engineer, surveyor, all those sorts of things. And so I tend to think about those folks when I'm looking at these things.
Well, would it be helpful to both the boards for me to maybe just discuss the ones that I have questioned or doubt whether they're required by 160D?
That sounds like that'll get things moving if we did that.
I mean, because, and then the planning board can make their own review of that if you're, I mean, you can decide what you want to do. But I can, perhaps the logical way to proceed is go over the ones that I think are not really required by 160D. And then you can indicate your comfort with it or discomfort with it before you pass it over to the planning board. I mean, that would be another way to proceed with it.
There's a lot of ways to skin this. I'm comfortable going forward, as you suggested. I was comfortable doing what we were doing, but, you know.
Well, y'all got
The
me
separations
outvoted,
and the
you know.
preparation.
Out of the list, can you identify the changes that you personally are recommending?
Yes.
There's 4.
Well, you mean under the PTRC, I mean, are we talking about PTRC changes still or all of the changes?
What I'm concerned about is the changes that we have to make, they say we shall make to make us 160D compliant. That's
Okay,
the first thing we're supposed to be doing.
All right, and so let's go over then, so maybe the thing to, I mean, I'll do whatever the board wants me to do. I can discuss the ones that I think are probably not specifically required by 160D under Roman numeral 1, which is are the PTRC changes. And then you can express your comfort or discomfort with those changes. And then the others, I think, are required to be compatible with 160D.
And just to state the obvious, you know, we're laymen doing this. We're not professional planners. We hadn't been to law school, so sometimes it doesn't take much to lose me. I don't know about these other guys.
So I'll be glad to, this is y'all's meeting. so
Please.
I'll be glad to do whatever you want.
Is there?
Mr. Winfrey, if you would walk us through this.
Okay,
You have the floor.
All right, so I guess what I would say is then, under Roman numeral 1, there are some that, most of these are required by 160D, and I'll kind of flag the ones that I think are not required by 160D or borderline. The first one we talked about, the name of the airport, that's not a 160D requirement. That's just updating of the statute, the ordinance to bring it into compliance.
Briefly, if you would.
Okay, more briefly, okay. Under this 2-1.1C, and my computer has gone to hibernate, hold on 1 second, that we just gotten to. The PTRC suggested a change of the definition of a building under section 2-1.1C. Previously, the ordinance read, any structure having a roof supported by walls or column, constructed or used in a residence, business, industry, or other public, private purpose. And that was stricken and was replaced with used or intended for supporting or sheltering any use or occupancy. So that's not a requirement of 160D. I'm not sure why this change was made.
Let me see again if we could speed this up a little bit.
Okay.
Could you possibly identify, like, you have these listed as A, B, C, D. If you'll just give us an idea of, for example, E is
Okay.
not something that PTRC is requiring us to
Right.
change,
Yes.
or the
Okay.
ordinance is requiring us to change, versus, you know, an explanation on that.
Okay, sure, okay.
It'll let us go back and see.
All right, so I say E, it falls in that category. G, I think falls in that category.
Let's see, E or G in
P, involves the category, and as a matter of fact, with regard to P, I don't recommend the change I would recommend against the change, that Mr. Day recommended for
So,
number P.
for the whole section here is not a requirement?
Wait, I'm sorry,
What we're talking about is not a requirement, it's not?
section P?
Or kind of everything you're talking about here, all the letters?
Yeah, the ones I'm calling are the ones I think are not 160D requirements.
Okay.
Are there any that are?
All the others are A through double M are, except for the ones I'm calling out. If that makes sense.
They are what? Required?
Yeah.
The ones I'm calling out are the ones I think are not required. Everything else on here, I think is required, under Roman numeral 1.
So A, E,
G,
G is not required,
P is in Paul,
P is not required,
R is not required by 160D, but I think accurately states existing law with regard to conditional zoning. So that was not a 160D change, it was a change that occurred before 160D. So I think R is required, but it's not required by 160D. U requires the boards to make, first the planning board to make a recommendation, and then the town council to decide on the time limit for the expiration of a permit. So U is something that needs attention.
Okay. U is a good example of something that could have very detrimental consequences on somebody going forward one way or the other. And it's just something that we shouldn't do on the fly.
Right.
And so you're saying that U is an item that's not 160D 160D requirement? Under 160D, you do need to state a time limit for the expiration date of a permit. The recommendation from PTRC was the minimum of 1 year, but you are free to make it more than 1 year. If that, so that's something that the planning board needs to consider and make a recommendation to you about, is how long do we want permits to be in operation before they expire? And, if you have someone a permit and they don't take any action, nothing happens for a year, under this, it would expire. Okay, so, X is another one, like number A, which just corrects the name of the applicable agency. So it's not a 160D issue, but it is an issue of an error in the development ordinance. Double A is not a 160D requirement, but it says the enforcement officer will give his report, and they changed it to his or her report. So it's not a 160D requirement, it's just making it gender neutral in the. But it's not a 160D requirement, so where did that come from? Is that a PTRC?
That was a recommendation from PTRC.
Okay, Mr. Winfrey. Mm-hmm. I don't know the way they presented this information to me. I cannot discern what they've done that is absolutely required by 160D versus what they think is a suggestion or a nifty idea.
That's what I'm trying to explain now.
I don't have an issue with the gender neutral if that's what council wants to do. Mm-hmm. But the point being, as a council member, I have no way of discerning we're separating the recommendation from the legally required, right, unless we get there somehow.
Right. That's what he's explaining to us right now, Tim.
I know, but I'm just wondering if we don't need to send all this back to PTRC and ask them to take their suggestions out so that we can get on with it without having to pay Mr. Winfrey and everybody else to go through it without wasting the planning board's time and everybody else.
Well, I feel like I've already done it. So you've already, that horse out the gate.
We're already there. We're trying to expedite it now.
Well, you know, Mr. Ford, you can laugh if you want to, but I've been on the other end of this many, many times, and it ain't funny when you can't move forward with your project. You're dealing with conflict in language down in one of these city or town halls, and it's impacting your livelihood, it's impacting your property. It just ain't funny at that point.
Proceed, Mr. Winfrey, if you would, please.
The next one, let's see, double I think is, and I'll have to, my computer's gone dormant on me again, I apologize, let me pull that up here real quick. Which is section 9-2.3. So the PTRC, Mr. Day had recommended changes. Not all of, I think under that one, I would say some is required and some is not required by 160D. And it may be something when we go to the planning board, we can kind of hash out what's exactly required and what's not, and what they would recommend to the planning board duties. But most of that is probably required. So those are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items that were under Roman number 1 that I think are probably not legally required by 160D. The rest I would say are required by 160D.
You say that with indecision.
Yeah, that's right.
Because, and we're supposed to have it, we're not supposed to have any indecision here. I mean, it's not you,
Well,
you put together a great report.
Lawyers give opinions.
Yeah.
And a judge might disagree with me on that.
Yeah.
And so I always have to say, this is my opinion. I always have to tell clients, I can tell you what I think the rules are and what a court would say, but I've had the experience of judges not agreeing with me, and it's not fun, but it happens. Mm-hmm. So that's why I have to hedge a little bit, because I'm giving you an opinion.
I understand, but remember, when we put this in motion, and this has nothing to do with you whatsoever. You stepped in and tried to help. These folks that we hired to do this were supposed to, what we must do, that we had to do. If we didn't do anything else, we must do those things to be compliant. And I want us to be compliant. I don't want us to have any problems. So that's...
The question occurs to my mind, Mr. Lander, why did we ask them to make suggestions in the first place? That they don't live in Stokesdale, they don't know anything about our town, they don't have a business here, they're not on any of our boards. How would they know what to suggest for us?
The bill of goods that I voted for was that they knew what it would take to be compliant. It doesn't matter whether they live here or not.
I understand. So why?
They know the term. They know what to put in these things to make us 160D compliant. That's what it was all about.
That's what I voted for, but I didn't vote for a mix of 160D compliance versus, in addition to suggestions they thought would be a good idea.
Well, now we
Guys,
did.
If I could go back and reference the minutes from that meeting.
We did ask for suggestions.
Yeah.
But it was two separate. It was going to be two separate deals. We did ask for suggestions, things that shall and may.
We did. What it lacks is color.
I got the motion right here. It was a motion to approve PTRC quote for 160D compliance for $3,500. Councilman Jones requests an amendment that PTRC put must change in red and suggest change in blue, distinguishing the difference between must change due to state and federal law versus suggestions from TTRC. That was a motion that was made and this council voted for it, all except Mayor Crawford, he wasn't here. Excuse me, Mr. Rigsby wasn't here also.
Yeah.
And this was on April the 11th, 2024, and that's where we started from.
No doubt. The original motion was to only have them do, for 160D compliance, and then an amendment was made to distinct between requirement shall versus may.
Yeah. Well, even if I had not asked for that amendment, the motion would have been to approve a quote from them to get us to 160D compliance for $3,500.
Correct.
So,
Which,
How did-
which, the motion was for the requirement.
yeah, so how did this morph into them making suggestions along the way?
I don't know. I'm just saying there was an amendment to the motion that added the suggestion versus required. Do you agree with that?
Not really, because the motion was for 160D compliance.
But you requested an amendment to the motion, and then I accepted it, according to the minutes. I don't remember. I mean, I remember the conversation, but I don't remember the details of it.
My point is, I'm asking council, how do you feel like we got to the point where PTRC thought that they could also make suggestions without separating those suggestions from the requirements of 160D?
I can answer the first part. I guess because of the motion that was amended and the language that came in that, so I think they thought they had the autonomy to make suggestions in that. The missing piece is the colors, no doubt.
Or some other identifying method or tracking method?
You wouldn't have been unhappy. You wouldn't have been happy with the other identifying method either.
I don't think that's a fair statement, Mr. Ford.
Well, I expected them
think-
to make suggestions. Remember, the shall and may, I mean, I expected that. The major thing was, what was it gonna take that had to be, compliant.
Okay.
And we kinda got it, we've kinda made a soup out of it, I guess.
So this organization is basically a club that's paid for by local municipalities, and they have certain things they do. They have some governmental expertise. They have some trained people that do various things, but at the end of the day, they're not necessarily responsible to us insofar as a legal contract, apparently, because they didn't follow through and do what we paid them to do, because we can't tell the 160D compliance products from their suggestions they made. So they didn't do what we contracted with them to do. Council may see it in an entirely different way, but that's just the way I see it.
I think they desired to, with this table of contents, this reference sheet. This reference sheet doesn't help me at all. But I think they tried to, but there was a technical roadblock that did not allow them to do that.
I realize these things are kind of living and breathing kind of things. By the time it goes full cycle, Raleigh makes some changes, and then they come to us, and we send them out for changes. By the time we get through catching up with the changes, Raleigh has made changes again, and we're back in trying to catch up again. It's a vicious cycle.
Okay, look, we can beat this all to death. We need to decide, are we going to move ahead with accepting the changes that they are recommending, setting aside are we going to move ahead with the recommendations that have to be made, with the changes that have to be made, and set aside the recommendations that they have just made? Mr. Winfrey has identified all of those he believes are just suggestions. If we ignore just those, are we prepared to move ahead with the items that are required? If not, we're sitting here doing nothing.
We got a whole nother page.
I understand all of that, but those are recommendations not from PTRC.
Well,
Those
Mr.
are
Mayor-
recommendations from the attorney and recommendations from
Mr.
Mr. Chu.
Mayor, I never just vote for things that are put in front of me here. I
understand
vote no
all of
a lot.
that. I understand.
And the reason for that is I understand the consequences, the real world consequences these have on people down the road. it's easy to get kind of swept away here and try to get through a meeting and get these things done, and I got that part. I'm just frustrated here because I voted to spend $3,500 of the town's money for somebody that didn't do what they were contracted to do.
Well, I would say the question, I think, for the board is are these proposals far enough along for you then to let the public scrutinize them and let the planning board have a hearing on it and make their own recommendations based on their review of it? And they can make their recommendations yes, no, or change completely.
Well, if we're going to do that, I'd like for us to take some recommendations from the public so they can.
Interrupting.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, we're letting PTRC interject themselves into the town of Stokesdale's business. We haven't given our citizens the opportunity to ask for changes to these ordinances and insert whatever they want to have, et cetera. In the same time frame that PTRC has have, they're gonna have about 30 days when this is advertised.
The ordinance.
And forgive me, Mr. Winfrey, please go ahead.
The ordinance offers a citizen an avenue to change the ordinance at any time via a text amendment,
If they pay, yeah.
if they pay.
Well, I mean, they can't, I mean, well.
So any citizen change, are we saying for a period of time, citizens can come in and make suggestions or requests to change and not do it through a text amendment?
We're letting PTRC make changes without living here, without having a house here, without having a business here.
These are PTRC recommendations.
We may have made a mistake by, we need to be 160D compliant. We should have been 160D compliant some time ago. And so the change that are recommended, or not recommended, they say we shall do, then we need to get it together to where we're compliant.
Amen.
And the other things don't matter, but that's the first thing. I thought that's the first thing we were going to do tonight. We were going to do what we had to do to become compliant. Then we would go to the next step, the recommendations from whoever is recommended. But the most important thing we're here for tonight is to be 160D compliant.
Right.
I mean, that's what I thought, that we had, I think we even listed that out at the last meeting when we called this, I believe.
And all of those are in the PTRC list that we have, excluding those items that you have told us about that are merely suggestions. Okay, let me ask you this. Your attorney proposals, those are just recommendations, are they not? Is anything that is required in our compliance?
Well, so remember in that, we also had the issue of our sign ordinance not complying with current U.S. Supreme Court precedent.
Okay.
We talked about the fact that in addition to 160D issues.
Is that in your recommendation?
Yes, that's in my recommendation.
Okay, is that the only one?
No. So the first one, I don't think the town wanted to have a prevarication conference. I assume that was supposed to be a pre-application conference. Prevarication.
That's a matter of semantics, right? Or a matter, excuse me, of vocabulary?
Absolute wrong word to use.
Yeah.
B deals with sign ordinance. C deals with sign ordinance that I think are constitutionally required. And then D, depending on which functions you want to keep it planning board versus staff, the town will need to make a decision about item D.
And that's required to make us compliant?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Chu, can you go through the same list and give us an idea of these recommendations that will make us compliant versus what the planning board is just suggesting to us?
Sure, none of my proposed changes are required.
None of yours, okay, so that adds a little brevity to this. All right, so with that being said, we've got B, which is 1-5, change statutory references. We've covered that. We've got 1-10, that's C, that's incorporated notice requirements. That's been covered. 1-11.3, that's been covered. We've got 2-1.2. I believe we got about that far. I don't think we've gotten much further than that, have we?
Correct. That's right.
All right. So that's the next item. that we got past, I think the objections came when we started with 2-1.1, which is not even a requirement. So let's move to 2-1.2.
What are we gonna do with 2-1.1?
It's not required. Let's leave it alone. We'll let it move to the planning board. If they recommend that it take place, then we'll revisit it.
Sounds good.
Now's the time to say no if you object to what I just said.
I agree.
Moving right along. Then we go to 2.2 or 2-2. No, excuse me. We go to 2-1 dot 2. There it is. Okay, this is drainage and watershed protection. I don't see, I see the change down at the very bottom of page number 26 in the book of 679 pages. What they have struck is North Carolina General Statute 15A 344.1 or North Carolina General Statute 160A-385.1-160. They've left 160D-108.1.
They haven't left it, they're adding that because that's. that
I'm
makes it
sorry, you're
160.
absolutely right. It was added. And this item 3 is having expended substantial resources, time, labor, money, and having an approved site specific or phased development plan in compliance with, and the general statute is 160D, which is what we've been talking about, -108.1. Is there any objection to making that change?
That's a simple one.
If there's no, and I need a no, when you say no, I know you're making an objection. So if nobody makes an objection, we're gonna move right along. Item number 3-3.1.
Hang on a second, Mr. Mayor, we're still trying to catch up over here.
I'm sorry.
I like your style, buddy.
What?
That was F on my list.
I'm on the laptop trying to scroll.
Oh, good luck. I threw that thing away a minute ago.
I tried doing that at home, it was terrible.
Yeah, it's just taking me a little time.
I did it at home good. I couldn't do it here. Now I've got the magnifying glass out.
I highly recommend use the book.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a book, so.
Why doesn't Rigsby have a book?
Yeah, why don't Rigsby have a book?
So go here.
Okay, I
Go
got
here,
you.
and I'll just,
Mr. Rigsby, what?
He did not request a book.
I didn't request one either.
I figured you wanted one.
I was not provided the
And you
option
didn't
for
want
a
him to
book.
have one?
Or how about you two got down there, share a book? That way we can look at the page number and we can all be on the same page.
section.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the computer's
Measure now.
rough on this.
You don't have a book either, do you, Dan?
Perfectly.
I know,
I catch you, I just,
That's a little bit faster to navigate with this.
yeah.
21.3C.
Can we put this on the screen?
3.3-3.1.
See, that one was simple.
All right, I'm caught up, Mr. Mayor.
2.1,
That's definition of a dwelling.
213.
No. I'm not concerned.
Except it won't go in the right order though, but some of them are mixed in.
All right, are we caught up? Next item is 3-3.1. This incorporates processing requirements for 160D.
What page is that on the?
Give me a minute, I'll tell you where it is.
I'm looking.
Keep looking if you can find it before I do. Okay, it is on 34. It is of 679. It's in the book. Is that dwelling unit? I've overlooked something. No, I haven't.
That's
it.
dwelling unit.
Okay, that's. No, I'm sorry. I'm getting slowed down. Okay, yep, I'm coming up. I gotta get to 3.
You're doing good.
It's
You
on,
can find it. If you can find it, let me know what page it's on.
340 pages on page 58, but I don't know what it is.
It's on page what?
Well,
It's on my 58.
yeah, 58 of 340. But if you're on the other, if you're printed book, I don't know.
I think I got a different book. I've got 338. So, but that's okay. There's still, everything's still in there. I can find it. 3.3.
What page are we on?
It's section 3-3.
113.
3.3.1.
58
Not on my 58.
I'm on 113.79. Oh, he set it up.
Permit applications.
What page? You got it? You got it in the
Oh,
book?
I've got page 58, I think, 58, but mine's 58 of 338. I think you guys got different books.
58 of 338?
Yeah, that's what my book says, but my pages, I think, are different. I got this book some time ago.
I'll speak on this. I made these books. Councilman Landers, your book was made some months ago. So your pages do not match up with what Mr. Louis, Mr. Jones, Mr. Crawford, and Mr. Foy, everyone else has.
But it does match up, it sounds like with what we got.
But the numbers match up, everything,
That's
you know,
right.
when you find 331, you're there.
You're on page 58, which is what it is on my,
Oh, okay, me and you saying,
so we're in sync.
we're in a loop.
Yeah.
For the rest of us, it's page 113.
Mr. Landreth, if you would, please read that change to us.
Somebody else read it, I can't even, I'm using a magnifier.
Mr. Winfrey, if you would, please read that to us.
I do have a question for the record for Mr. Winfrey over here taking minutes. So it looks like we've skipped over 2-1.3, this dwellings definition. Have we skipped that for a reason?
We skipped it because it's not required.
Okay, understood.
I've got it marked as not required.
Perfect. All right, that's good. We'll put that in the record.
Sure, it's not required, right?
Well, Mr. Winfrey, on counsel, from our attorney, it is not required. So we're at 3-3.1. Can you read that for us, Mr. Winfrey?
Yeah, so it's adding language to the subsection D dealing with processing of permit applications.
What was struck? Can you tell us anything struck?
Nothing was struck, it just there was addition, the sentence was added, approvals will be in writing and may be delivered in print or electronic form and protected from further editing once sent.
All right, any objection to that?
Sounds good.
Okay?
For the record, I want everybody to know that Councilman Landreth is down here with a magnifying glass chasing mouse print across his copy. And so if he seems a little slow or out of it, I don't know how he's doing as well as he is, because I can see it from here.
Well, I
How
can't-
are you reading that?
I can't see the page, so I mean, that's
I'm
neither here
hanging
nor
in there,
there.
guys.
It is small.
I'm hanging in there, so I'm
Let's move right along.
not trying to stop anybody. I just want us to get in the right order.
I on Mr. Winfrey's page is 3-3.1. Mr. Foy, can you read that one for us?
No. Chuck?
I can
Okay.
read it here.
Okay,
It's
okay,
H.
Steve, if you would.
H is added. Permit approvals run with land. Any permit or other development approvals run with the land and not the ownership of the property. Conditions or time limiting approvals must be included at the time of decision and outlined in the ordinance. This is an addition to the book.
Okay, do we have an objection to that? That sounds like right down your alley, Mr. Jones.
The land and
And that is a 6160 requirement, yes.
That is a requirement, yes, I'm going by the requirements.
I'm reading it for the first time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, if you have, just slow me down.
Let me
Don't
also
worry.
read I, which is another addition. Permit choice. If after submission of a permit or development approval, the ordinance changes, the applicant may choose to use the old ordinance rule or the newly adopted rule or regulation.
yeah.
That sounds
Again, that's
reasonable to me.
160D requirement.
Okay? Mr. Jones, shall I move on?
I'm okay with it.
3-4.3. Steve, you got it?
Wait a minute, we gotta get to it now. We're turning
Oh, it
page.
says,
This is notice requirements of 160D.
no, I haven't found that yet.
Okay.
I know.
343, notice.
That's why you hired me.
The town will provide written notice of determination on development or, is that or permit applications by personal delivery, electronic mail, or first-class mail to the property owner and agent seeking determination if different from the owner.
That's an addition.
What page you on?
It's,
120 of 679.
120 and 679.
A different page.
And it's like Derek said a little
not-
while
this
ago,
is
a lot of this
679.
160D compliancy is good for the property
Got it.
owners.
I'm caught up. Okay, you read it out. It is the town will provide written notice of the determination on development or permit applications by personal delivery, electronic mail, or first-class mail to the property owner and agents seeking determination if different from the owner. What it's basically saying in my mind is, it doesn't have to be postal. It's right there. It's 120 of 679. Doesn't have to be postal, it can go by email
Or personal delivery.
or
And-
personal
and
delivery, okay?
Excellent.
That's a real estate deal. All right,
What did it say before it was changed?
it didn't. This is added. This is added as 3-4.3. There was nothing struck, there was not, this is all added. Okay, moving right along.
But what are we gonna do with that? That's a requirement,
Oh,
right?
okay, is there any objection to that?
What does personal delivery mean?
Hand delivery.
Handle it. Here.
Now, let me ask you something. We're doing things that this is the shall.
Speak up,
not-
speak up.
So what if
Oh,
we do
okay, I thought you said
disagree
something.
with it? It don't matter. The General Assembly, says they agree with it.
Well, we can fight.
Well, this is what they're telling us we have to do to be in compliance. So I'm taking it for granted that we're getting up to speed with whatever the General Assembly has us or wants us to do.
And I'd like to take that for granted too, but given how this is done, I'm just gonna question each one of these. If Mr. Winfrey says this is part of the 160D compliance, then
Well,
I'm
that's okay.
fine with it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, we already paid somebody to do this and they didn't do it.
Okay? That is one, that is
Right.
one. Do we have an objection to it? Moving right along. 3-5.1 incorporates appeal periods from 160D. That's over on page 121.
This changes from 15 days to 30 days.
That's the big change, and that's in that first item. Permit denial. Any owner or occupant who has been denied permit may appeal the denial by giving notice of appeal in writing to the town within 30 days instead of 15, in accordance with section 9-8 appeals. Any problem with that?
And that's also a requirement of 160.
That's gotta be a requirement.
Yeah,
Sounds
it's a
like it to me.
requirement.
All right, 3-6.1. This is periodic inspections. The enforcement officer shall have the right upon presentation of proper credentials, and this is added, and appropriate consent has been given or inspection warrant if necessary to enter on any premises within the jurisdiction of the governing body at any reasonable hour for the purposes of inspection, determination of plan compliance or other enforcement action.
All right, Mayor, what does that mean?
That means your neighbors down there better be notified and give permission, or else they're gonna meet with grief, whoever tries to come down there.
No, wait a minute, or you can have a warrant. Now, who issues the warrant? Would that have to be at a judge? There's not a committee or something that issues the
No,
warrant. I wanna make sure it goes through a court, right?
No,
Whose appropriate consent?
it'd be the property owner's consent.
Yes.
So previously it didn't require, it just required presentation of proper credentials. But now it also requires consent.
Or they have to have a warrant. It's like a police officer.
Is it a judicial warrant?
No, the inspection warrant was in the
Yeah, or
ordinance
inspection.
already.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just,
Mr. Winfrey, what is an inspection warrant?
That's where they would go to, I think they have to go to a judge, and get permission to enter the premises to inspect for health violations or health,
So this wouldn't be some administrative document that's signed by an employee of the county or the
no,
state?
I don't believe they can issue warrants. I'm not aware of any warrants they can issue. Maybe a magistrate. Yeah, a magistrate, another judge, it may be a magistrate.
so it's a legal,
So
it's
it's
a
not,
legal warrant.
It's a judicial warrant.
That's right.
Judicial
Can a
warrant.
magistrate?
Got it.
Magistrate judge, a district court judge, superior court judge.
All right.
is this a 160D requirement?
Yes, it is. It's in that list.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey, is this a 160D
I
requirement?
believe it is, yes.
You believe it
The
is?
the consent requirement, we're only adding
tell you,
the
Tim,
requirement for consent.
Mr.
May do
It
it
is
out of
required.
ignorance.
Mr. Mayor, with respect, I see this as very serious language. When
I
you start
agree.
sending a government employee into
I agree.
somebody's property, all these words may become important, very important to them. Y'all can laugh at me if you want to, but,
Do you have an objection to the way it is worded now?
well, I can't object to it if I'm assured that it's a 160D change. I'd have to take it up with my legislator. That's the problem I keep going back to with sending this off to the Piedmont Triad cancel the governments for the 160D compliance, and he not do it and sends back a bunch of damn suggestions.
I got you. That complaint is duly noted. Moving on.
Just for clarification.
Yes, sir.
In North Carolina, several judicial officials can issue an inspection warrant, including the magistrate, clerk of court, judges, district court, superior court, specifically magistrates, clerks, and their deputies can issue the warrants.
Just like you could any other warrant, right? Yeah. Okay.
Can I get clarification?
But to Tim's question, and it's an important question, he's trying to distinct between a judicial warrant versus an administrative warrant. And this is judicial we're talking here.
But the warrant was
This
the
is
old
important.
version. That's not a change. The warrant provision was already in the law,
Yeah, we're just looking for a definition of that word, those two words.
so it's not a change.
The change
Okay.
is appropriate,
I guess I'd like to see judicial.
Along,
Appropriate-
the changes, along with proper credentials, they have to have consent by the homeowner. That's the only change. The warrant is irrelevant to this situation.
So it was already there.
Yeah.
The
They're just-
enforcement officer, who is an enforcement officer? We're talking about zoning enforcement? Or are we talking about police?
It would be zoning enforcement,
Right.
because the police doesn't have authority to enforce
Yeah,
zoning law.
that would be, yeah, they do that.
All right.
So the homeowner can keep a zoning enforcement officer off his property, which he couldn't do before.
Right, unless there's a warrant.
Yeah, well, that's different.
Right.
But now,
It says-
Mr. Zoning Enforcement is walking by, sees something suspicious, now he cannot go
Without
onto the
consent.
property unless he has,
inspection warrant.
I think this better defines, but I would view what it said prior to that as a violation of the United States Constitution and a violation specifically of the Fourth Amendment.
I agree.
An enforcement officer can't just walk down the street and decide if he presents his credentials that he can enter into any of his residence.
Well, I think that's what they fixed here.
And we're agreeing to that.
I
That's
see it
correct.
that way too, because I remember that you used to do that, but I think they fixed it.
And it is important for me to know what an inspection warrant is in order to be able to read the context here.
I believe Mr. Rigsby defined that for us.
Yes, and somebody objected to him defining it, but I'm very appreciative of Mr. Rigsby doing that for me.
Okay, all right. 3-6.3, they have added North Carolina Statute 160D-403, Administrative Development. This is written statements. The governing body or its agent shall also have the power to require written statements, certificates, and certifications, or the filing of reports under oath with respect to pertinent questions relating to complaints or alleged violations of this ordinance. North Carolina General Statute 160D-403, Administrative Development. Approvals and determinations shall be followed when carrying out any investigations. Objection?
Is this a 160D requirement?
Yes,
yes,
that's adding it in.
adds it down to the bottom.
There's 160D, and it's,
I was very careful to mark those that are not requirements when Mr. Winfrey went through them. So you're welcome to ask the question, Mr. Jones, but if you can rely on me so far, that I have eliminated anything that is not a requirement.
With all due respect to the mayor, I take my responsibility to protect our citizens very seriously. when I
And
vote
I'm
on
well
these things.
aware. Well aware. And as I said, if you want to continue, you're more than welcome, but I have eliminated the others. This is item number 3-10.1, incorporates 160D language regarding performance guarantees. Somebody turn me to page. It's on page 131. That's 3-10.
Mr. Landers, it'd be page 67 for you, it looks like.
yeah, I've got it, I've already got it. My eyes are crossing up, but I got it.
132, is that right? Yes. Okay. Financial guarantee in lieu of immediate installation for approval, in lieu of requiring the completion, installation, and dedication of all improvements prior to final plat approval or issuance of the certificate of occupancy. the jurisdiction may enter into an agreement following General Statute, following North Carolina General Statute 16D-804.1 performance guarantees with the developer, whereby the developer shall complete all required improvements once said agreement is signed by the developer and the security required within is provided. The final plat may be approved or certificate of occupancy may be issued if all other requirements of the ordinance are met. That's all, everything. The only thing that was added was following North Carolina General Statute 160D-804.1. The rest of it has already been in the ordinance.
Mr. Winfrey, is it safe to read this as 160D-804.1 was added by the legislature and didn't exist before that change was made?
Yeah, I don't think,
It didn't exist in our ordinance.
yeah, I'm not sure I understand your question, I'm sorry.
Is 804.1 new language in the statute?
Yeah, that's right, came in 2019, I think was when 160 was adopted.
If you take out what's in the blue, you go agreement with the developer, you take the blue out, that's the way it read before.
Right.
But
And that it's inferred that that's a new addition to the statute, 804.1.
Correct.
160.
Yeah, that was part of 160D done in 2019.
any objection?
804.
3-12.1.
I would note that for this, what letter are we on? E?
We're on O, is the letter, this is C, this is 3-12.1C. Who may file map amendments?
Mr. Landers, that be on your page,
71?
Have I missed something?
yeah, 71 for Ms. Landers.
Yeah.
What did I miss? We did 3-10.1. The other change in that particular ordinance also is 3-10.1, and it's listed under B on the following page of 133. The duration of the financial guarantee shall be, they're striking, of a reasonable period, replacing it with initially be 1 year to allow for the completion and acceptance of the improvements, unless the developer determines that the scope of work for the required improvements necessitates a longer duration. In no case shall the duration of the financial guarantee for improvements exceed 2 years. We have an objection there. That's still part of 3-1.1, 3-10.1. Without objection, we move to.
Page 134, it continued.
It's continued on 134, so we're not finished with it. All right. This has been completely added. The financial guarantee shall be returned or released in a timely manner upon the acknowledgement by the local government that the improvements for which the performance guarantee is being required are complete. The local government shall return letters of credit or escrowed funds upon completion of the required improvements to its specifications or upon acceptance of the required improvements, if the required improvements are subject to local government acceptance. Written acknowledgement may be requested of the town of a release of any improvement secured by security bond, or surety bond, rather. Any objection?
Written acknowledgement may be requested of the town of release of any improvements. What does that mean in English, that last sentence?
Mr. Winfrey?
Let's see, maybe
Written acknowledgement may be requested of the town. In other words, they can ask us for it.
Yeah, they can ask the town for a release of any improvements secured by the bonds. So I guess.
They get their money back and we say it's okay.
Right, and they would release the bond.
And a receipt saying, yeah, you did it.
That's basically what it is. It says, it's a receipt, says, yes, you did. I mean, in simple terms, that's what it is.
Right, because a lot of these bonding companies, they're gonna wanna see, or the owners, if you have a big contract, the owner's gonna wanna see where the town released the bond.
Any objection?
This is 160D.
Yes.
You feel good about it because the town, from time to time, we do ask for performance bonds, and we have been into this kind of thing in the past, and it becomes important.
Right, yeah, I think it is required.
Okay, the next item is 312.1E.
That was one that I said was not required.
I'm sorry, say it again.
That was one that I said was not,
No, you missed the C.
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm picking up the one that he did, that you did tell me, I apologize. The one that I should have gone to was 13-12.1C.
13-12.
It's on page 140. What they have added is, under C, this is authorized submission. The town council, any local board, commission, or department, or any person who resides or owns property within the zoning jurisdiction of the town may petition for an amendment to this ordinance. This is what they've added. Map amendments must be initiated by the landowner, agent, or the town. That was what was added. Now, they have struck,
No, they didn't strike
Yeah,
any.
then,
That's in
what is that?
part that's not required.
that's the
Oh,
next one.
okay, all right, I'm with you. Do we have any objection to that? 13-12.
Three dash 12. 3-12, right?
3-12.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3-12,
Did
I'm getting loopy.
Did I mess it? I may have mistyped that.
There's no,
We gotta back up, don't we?
where is it?
Yeah.
3 dash, is it
I may have made a mistake.
language to match the language of 160D?
Yes,
It says Q,
I may have made a typo.
Yeah,
with that.
3-12, we're missing something here.
it's just out of order.
Yeah,
No, there's no change.
yeah.
There's no change up till that.
Which one,
I don't know if it's a typo on my part, I apologize. I don't know what that-
Well, wait just a minute, let's make sure it's not in here later in 12. We just dropped the dot. Nope, I don't have anything in 12.
Sorry about
I do have 313 is not important. 312-3-12, that's all it is. Colon, language to match the language of 160D.
Yeah, I think that was a duplication of what I had before. I think I'd written that down and then I broke it out into 312.1.
3-13.4.
What are we gonna do with 3.12.1, section E?
3.12.1, who may file the map amendment? Was there an objection to it?
No, he's talking about E.
You're talking about the downzoning, right?
Yes, sir, the downzonings.
Yeah, that was one I was gonna ask about. I know that he pulled that out, but that was one of the things we were waiting on, for my book. What was the, what was that? Was that gonna be, am I trying to say, was that part of 169D? 160D?
No, it's not.
No, that was the bill passed recently about downzoning. So there was a definition of downzoning and so, the PTRC had recommended incorporating that statute language into the ordinance.
Who made the comment note on page 141 of my book? With uncertainty around these provisions as introduced in something I can't read, 2024-57, I think that it is premature and unnecessary to have the town ordinance repeat this statutory language.
That was Mr. Chu's comment.
It was who?
Mr. Chu's comment.
Mr. Chu's comments.
It's in green.
Right, and so he made that comment, and I agreed with him about that, because, the statute is being revisited in Raleigh, and if we put in our ordinance, and they change the statute, then we may have to come back and revisit our ordinance. And B, I don't see a need to repeat that requirement, because we don't have to repeat all these land use restrictions that are out in
So what are the next steps with this then, this specific one?
I think but my thinking is the planning board can review it and make a recommendation, yea or nay, when they have their public hearing.
I mean, you guys are recommending that we don't do it because it's under review, so I don't know why we need anybody else to review it.
Well, I mean, the planning board can make their own recommendation.
Well, I understand, but I think it's a waste of time for them.
Well,
I mean, you guys,
So you
I
want,
don't
you
know
want
who
to,
else to, you know,
I mean, we only recommend, it's up to the planning board to make recommendations after a public hearing, and then it's up to you all to make the final.
if we were gonna do something with it, I'd say, yeah, absolutely, they'd look at it, but you're suggesting we don't do anything with it because it's under review, so I think, well, I mean, I don't care if they review it or not, but I don't see a reason to, unless we're thinking about putting it on. I don't know. Does any of the planning board think they ought to review it? I mean, I'm not trying to take anything away from anybody. Steve?
Well, if we take this, right now it says that downzoning won't occur without the written consent of the property owners, and we're striking, looks like we're striking that.
That's the way I see it as well.
Right, but the problem with that is later in the details, it says, if you adopt an ordinance and somebody's non-complying with that ordinance, that's considered a downzoning and not allowed. So instead of being grandfathered in like used to be under the old law, you know, under the old law, if you said, change the setbacks from 50 feet to 45 feet, and somebody was non-compliant, you were grandfathered in anyway if your structure was already there. But under the statute and what they proposed in this ordinance, if you did that, it would invalidate the ordinance. And so if somebody was non-compliant, under strict reading of the statute, that statute wouldn't apply to anybody because one person was non-compliant. And so it's a big change in law, and I think it's going to be revisited. I hear it's going to be revisited in Raleigh. And if it is a law, then it applies whether it's in the statute or not, in the ordinance or not. So I just didn't see, it wasn't 160D requirement either. And so we recommend not putting it in there.
And just to be,
But it was already in here, it's been struck.
no, I was just about to clarify. So what you're seeing on the document is that Jesse Day with PTRC recommended to include that language, and then I went back.
so you're striking.
So, Mr. Chu, I didn't realize you were already in this book making changes and what have you. So everywhere I read the initials C2C, that's you?
I think so, the CT.
Okay, that helps us.
Yeah, he's down here with section 3 and all of these.
Yeah, there shouldn't be too much overlap with mine and PTRC.
We already voted not to do this all at once.
Okay. All right. Moving right along.
13, 12?
3-13.4 A and B.
All right, let's find it.
Mr. Landers, that's on your page 74.
Okay. Well, the change is on 75.
Speak up.
Let's see.
Well, it's
We're missing a
A and B.
3-13.1, there's a change there. It's
13,
saying
3, 4.
What page you on, buddy?
147 is changing from conditional use to change the word to conditional zoning district.
And that's 3-13.1. Yeah, you're correct. That's right. I should have put, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, so the 160D uses the word conditional zoning instead of conditional use.
Whose suggestion is this one?
I think this was from PTRC.
So it's a suggestion, that's not a 160D compliant.
I think it is a requirement because 160D now uses the term conditional zoning.
It just wasn't on our list. It's something I got overlooked.
I admitted it on my list, that's right.
Okay. All right, so again, back to 313-4, A and B.
What about two?
Ask me the question.
3.13.2.
It's not required.
It is.
Well,
That's
according
one-
to Mr. Winfrey, it's not. That's
that's one Mr.
R, that's
Winfrey's
R on
got.
your list, Mr. Winfrey?
Let's see.
States existing law regarding conditions in CZ case.
I think this was a big component of 160D. Conditional zoning?
Let me pull it here.
It's adding F, conditions in writing.
Yes, and-
313-2.
And that's been our practice, that it just has to be in writing.
49.
So my feeling was that was not a 160D requirement because it was already the requirement to do that. So if, I think that's something that should be done, but it's not a 160D requirement. Because it was already the law before 160D came along.
Okay, so this is something the planning board could recommend to us, or to
Yes.
Mr. Lander's suggestion, we decide it right now?
Yeah, you can say you're comfortable with it and are happy with it.
I'm comfortable with it right now.
Okay, let me read it. Conditions in writing. The petitioner shall have a reasonable opportunity to consider and respond to any conditions before, let's take a break. Let's take a break right here. Okay, we got too many people leaving. If you would, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Take about 45 minutes, I can run down to Taco Bell.
You hadn't had supper?
Yeah, I've had supper, I'm hungry again.
Oh, okay.
Y'all wearing me out here, my eyes about to bust.
45 minutes at Taco Bell and 15 minutes in the can.
No, just a little loose here, get this one done. Oh, man. Yep. What's that song, After Midnight? After Midnight.
Nothing good happens after midnight. I would say that some of that is helping immensely. That's essentially gotten me behind, so that was good. I saw it getting dark.
Well, yeah, it was a brain damage going through it. I have to say.
I'll give the PTRC credit. They gave us what we asked for. They just did it in a very odd way.
But it was a hell of a bargain, $3,000.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what we paid.
They did give us green, yellow, red. They just gave it in a supplemental document. That you have to look at as you go through.
Which, but I would have had to go through it anyway.
Correct. To make sure that, especially.
How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, thanks for being here.
There's water here too.
There may be some others on the kitchen still. Does anybody need a water bottle? We have a few.
I bet you if you brought out some water to everybody.
Let's see what we got left.
She's not tall enough.
It's the end of the fiscal year, we're trying.
Depends on where you're buying it from.
Well, is that where we're in Adams office had a 4 o'clock conference call, that was, they always go long, so they cut back the tea, ran home, let the dogs out and all that. By the time I was like, well, it's time to go, so.
I'm sure it is.
Yes. It's been great, yes.
Hey, buddy. That's what I got to.
That's all you got.
That's all we got.
Just put them right there in front of them, and whoever wants one can grab it.
How we doing? You holding up?
Hey, how you doing, Chris? Well, we got out of the meeting tonight, but this was even worse.
Use a piece of plywood or something to make it real. Yeah. Don't Robert, we'll be wrapping by 9.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I get your John Hancock.
Don't straight. I'm good. I just like working with them.
I'm with Guilford County. I'm the new deputy planning director.
Okay, well.
Oh, he's still the director, I'm the deputy.
Okay, good. Well, it's good to see you.
You're at a disadvantage because you got a different book there.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was gonna do it on a computer.
I
And then
tried doing
my
it.
word wouldn't come up. I paid $100 and some for that, all that, and then daggone wouldn't come up. So I start doing this, and you see what I got. And this thing's showing a glare in it. Well, I'll get through it. Get through it.
Yeah, I was just thinking about something. No vote tonight, because it's still gotta go, it's still gotta go before the planning board and town council. And do a public.
All the things.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not, it's just beginning. It's not over tonight.
Oh, I'm well aware.
Bar, brass, fish,
Okay, we're back in session. I'm on page 149 of 679. Conditions in writing is where we were. Conditions in writing, the petitioner shall have a reasonable opportunity to consider and respond to any conditions before final action by the town council. Evidence of the petitioner's approval shall be documented by the petitioner's signature on the conditions adopted by the governing body. The signed conditions shall be retained by the town and a copy provided to the petitioner. Any question, concern, objection?
Yeah, who wrote this? What's reasonable?
This is required. Mr. Winfrey?
Yeah, I think this tracks the statute under 160B.
I didn't think we could impose conditions on an applicant.
No, in other words,
We
if,
could accept them.
if the planning board or the town council wanted conditions, those conditions have to be in writing. And if they wanted to add conditions, we've had things before where people have added conditions at the hearings.
This is all to do with conditional zoning. It's not just regular zoning, right?
I think that's right. I think that's what we're dealing with is, I think this is what this section
Yeah,
is.
it's all about conditional zoning,
Right.
not regular zoning. So just a regular straight zoning, we wouldn't be able to ask for conditions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Without objection. 3-13.4, A and B. In A, they have added and conducted as a quasi-judicial hearing as outlined in North Carolina General Statute 160D-40C, 406, excuse me.
You good, keep going.
Any objection? This is on 149. I have,
Well, I'd like to pick up where Tim's left off, and I'll ask the question after
All right.
everyone. Is this required, Mr. Winfrey?
I believe it is. Yes, and the requirements for special use permits, yes, that is a requirement of 160D.
Thank you, sir.
Has this been the case in the past for special use permits?
I'm not sure about that.
I think special use is quasi.
Yeah, it is quite judicial, and I think it's always
I
required.
don't know why they added it, but they were.
My memory's fuzzy, I can't remember.
I remember back in maybe 2020, we had a special use permit case, and it did go quasi-judicial. But they're very few and far between, to your point, Tim.
Item number 3-13.4. This is on page 151 in the book I have. It also has a suggestion, which is the item 5 in that book, which is not required, but what is required is the addition under C of but no conditions that the town does not otherwise have authority to impose. And the entire paragraph is greater restrictions. In granting a special use permit, the town council may impose more restrictive requirements upon such permit as it may deem necessary in order that the purpose of intent of the ordinance are served, but not conditions that the town does not otherwise have authority to impose.
So that's the addition.
That's the addition.
And I deal with things like impact fees, for example. You can't impose those as a condition.
Okay.
Okay, this is 13.
No.
I'm sorry.
And that is a requirement.
I'm sorry.
That is a requirement, but not condition.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right.
Got you, thank you.
Okay, 316. It's not required, the entire thing is not required, but Mr. Winfrey, you made reference to the town could make it more than 1 year. I think that is an option, am I correct? I'm trying to,
Let me catch up with you here.
let me see where I am. This is,
Page 79, Mr. Winfrey.
Yes, thank you.
I got 159 in my book.
Oh, wait a minute.
I've got
Wait a
91.
minute, which number are you on? I might be jumping.
316,
Okay, yeah.
316-.1. It's
91
under
on the
A.
computer.
It's under A. It's actually, I got
Establishment of
158
vested
in the book.
rights.
Yes, and so, you have to specify a time limit, when a permit would expire, and so
This is not required, but it is something you thought we should address.
no, it is required that you have some time limit.
Okay.
And they have put in 1 year, and I wanted to bring to your attention,
It could be more than 1 year.
it could be more than 1 year.
Mr. Winfrey, I have this merit badge, so I got some questions here.
Go for it.
Define progress.
Sorry?
Define progress. You put up a survey stake, you cut a tree down. It doesn't say substantial progress, it doesn't describe what progress is. What is progress? The reason I'm asking is I have more than once been in circumstances where the county has tried to cancel a building permit. That's something I'm working on. And their argument is no progress is being made unless you're turning in inspections, when in fact work is continuing. There just hadn't been an event that triggered an inspection. And we've had to go through quite an administrative tussle in order to prove that work had been going on continuously, just that the county wasn't involved in that work.
Right.
So I want to protect someone from falling into this trap. That, you know, they not necessarily know every sentence in this book when they're out there working on a project. So that's why I'm asking, what is progress?
Well, this is in the eye of the beholder, I suppose.
It's a heck of a point.
Should we
really
increase,
is.
should
Yeah.
we increase the time?
And I don't know if the same thing has changed in 160D. I don't think 160D necessarily requires that, except it does require that you state how long the permit's good for.
Yeah, and just keep in mind, when you're having this kind of fun with the county, with Mr. Chu and the rest of them, they have to follow the book, because it's their job to follow the book, and if they deviate from the book, then they get fired, so they have to follow the book. So you're in this circumstance where Mr. Chu would ask you, well, you got to buy another permit, and then you got to upgrade your project to some changes that were made in whether the building code or ordinance or what have you. He can't help it. He's just doing his job. And so that's why I'm asking, what is progress? And if it can't be defined, I'd like to see this be about 5 years.
Well, and the good thing that we haven't really talked about yet, and it comes up on some of the changes that Mr. Two's recommended too, is if you don't like what the planning department or the enforcement officer, whatever does, you have a right to go to appeal that decision to the Board of Adjustment.
Well, isn't that us?
Well, no, you sit at the Board of Adjustment. The town council sits at the Board of Adjustment, but you're a separate board, but you're wearing two hats. So you would then be.
So we would, as a town council member, we would appeal it to the board of it.
No, if the property owner, let's say the county came back and said, you haven't made sufficient progress, we're going to cancel your permit. That property owner has a right to appeal that decision to Stokesdale's Board of Adjustment.
So that should cover Mr. Jones's concern.
And I think it covers some of the concerns too you had about, staff.
Why have I got to go to the Board of Adjustment? I got a valid permit, I've been making progress on my project. Why do I have to go to the Board of Adjustment?
Because somebody said you gotta cease and desist, and if the cease and desist order never comes through, you just keep stroking.
Where does the cease and desist order figure into this?
No, it's a violation essentially.
Basically, if they say you're not making any progress, okay?
No, you didn't hear what I said earlier. I have this merit badge. I know
that.
how it works,
I did.
damn it. They are, the statute is, the 160D is requiring us to put 1 year in, and I got that part, but it's also leaving us an opportunity to back up and change our ordinance and extend it beyond the 1 year. So if we don't do it right now, or make a note here, it won't get done, and everybody coming behind us here is gonna be subject to that 1 year period, and the progress is gonna be defined by Guilford County and not by the applicant or the citizen or the business owner.
A question for Avery, is 1 year what Guilford County would use under similar circumstances?
That's a good question. Let me look it up. I believe it's 2 years.
And I might add, 1 year is a long time, but when things are
1
happening.
year's not a long time.
1 year's a long time, but when you're dealing with things like COVID, supply shortages for one reason or other, a war somewhere that's keeping you from getting something you need, you're dealing with weather, storms. This is happening to people up in the mountains right now with Hurricane Helene that had permits pulled. They're struggling to keep those permits in place and continue on with their work because of rules just like this.
Right, and so, and it gets a little complicated because 160D also has different requirements for if you have like a multi-phase development, or if you have a large development of 25 acres, then it gives you more time. So there's.
Yeah, but this could bankrupt a large company if their permits are revoked and they're not recognized, and then they have to back up and pull a new permit when they've already got part of the work done, and they have to go back and rework it, redesign, re-engineer, and all those things. And so I would just like to ask council to consider making sure this winds up being 3 years at some point when all this flood of changes are put forth.
Does anyone have an objection to 3 years?
I don't think I do. I am interested in what Guilford County has. It's
2 years? You have 2?
I'm certainly good with 3. I think 5 might be a much, but Tim has suggested 3. I'm good with 3. How do we make sure that change is captured from this point on in this process?
Well, I guess we need to make a notation, and I guess in our minutes, and then when it goes to the planning board, they can make a recommendation to you on what that time limit should be. Should it be 1 year, 3 years, 5 years?
Robbie, this is zoning vested rights. It's 13-16, excuse me, damn, where am I getting it? 3-16.1, that's where you'll find it.
And to build on to what Chuck is saying, to the planning board, when this does, here y'all, please take that under consideration, that 1 year is, it's not much of a runway here.
We're suggesting 3. Steve?
Yes, sir.
Okay, y'all got that?
I'm even thinking, why 3? What keeps us from saying 5?
I said 5, but they didn't like that, so they're settled on 3.
It's up to you to make the recommendation. That's why I would leave it at that. It's up to you to make the recommendation. You make the recommendation at 5, we'll consider it. So that's what you're gonna do.
Suppose somebody buys a piece of land and he gets his.
Well, if you want to decide it right now, do we have enough planning board members here to make that decision?
Well, I don't, with respect to everybody, I don't think we have to do that. I think we've talked about it enough. We got a bookmark in it. Mr. Winfrey knows, Mr. Wagner knows. we
We'll
all
let the
know
planning board do it?
that the planning board can take a look at it and discuss it in detail.
Good.
And,
I'm good with that.
I want to make sure that it's at least considered. I'm asking y'all to consider it. I can't make you do anything, but I'm asking you to consider it.
Okay. 3-16.4, B. I've got that on page 161 in the book. This is under non-compliance. It says, "Nothing in this ordinance shall prohibit the revocation of the original approval or other remedies for failure to comply with applicable terms and conditions of the approval of the zoning ordinance." This has been added. Any revocation of the original approval must follow the same procedure used in the original approval. Tell me some attorney didn't write that.
I'm sure some attorney did.
Mr. Winfrey, is there another way this can be said so a layman can understand it?
This is required.
I know, but it's in the context of the whole ordinance is important for me to understand too,
Sorry,
Mr. Mayor.
Let me catch up with you, I'm sorry.
Are we at liberty?
Chuck, if you're looking at a computer,
Yeah.
page 93.
Yeah, and I could,
Are we at liberty to reword?
yeah, we can, if it's not clear, as long as it means the same thing as what was intended, so, so I guess that means that there would have to be some kind of notice. You can't revoke, the permit without giving notice of your intention to do so, and a public hearing. I guess you have the right to a hearing. And they also have the right to go to the Board of Adjustment if they think the revocation is improper.
Okay, you're not answering the question, I don't
Oh,
think.
okay.
Can you reword it?
Yeah, I can
you
reword it.
Can you,
I may not do it tonight, but I can come up with a new wording if you want me to.
okay, is that,
Not asking for that. I was simply interested in understanding the paragraph while we're here on it. I'll study it later.
Pretty much what it's saying is that whatever the conditions were, that you've got to go through those conditions. It's got to be one of those conditions to take the permit away.
Right.
You can't come up, you can't use new statutes or anything. I believe that's what it's saying. You got to go by what was written then. And it's kind of like the one down at T's, he had conditions on it, and if he's not following his conditions, those conditions, it could be taken away, and we couldn't come up with new conditions. I believe that's what that's saying.
I'll work on that.
Well, I think we can agree that perhaps they could have made it clearer.
I think Mr. Jones is saying there's no need to. Mr. Winfrey, I think Mr. Jones is saying there's no need to work on it.
Okay.
I don't think you need to spend any time on it, am I correct?
I'm not asking for that, but I'm merely pointing out that it's another spot in this ordinance where it don't make no dang sense.
You know, it makes sense to me.
All right, then you can school me on it later, my friend.
I'm just saying, it's
Thank you.
You've got your permit and everything, and you just got to go back to it for.
Does anyone else have an objection to it? We'll go with that then.
Absolutely.
Next item, 4-2.3, adopts terminology of 160D regarding conditional zoning districts.
It's actually 4-2.4.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
It's typo.
Okay, it's 2.4.
Yes,
What page you on there, buddy?
Okay.
170.
Is it
It's just listed wrong.
4-2?
Sorry about that.
So is it just adding the word zoning here?
Overlay
You're
district.
replacing use with zoning.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
that's what I'm saying.
Conditional use districts.
Language page 85.
This is overlay districts. Overlay districts establish certain area regulations which are in addition to the underlying general use, planned unit development, or conditional zoning districts. They struck use and have added zoning.
Excellent.
Any objection?
My book ain't got it.
7-1.9.
It's half a book over.
That's page 452 of 679.
452.
Shoot.
It strikes out Article D, 19D.
Yeah.
Okay. Authority. Subsection A is adopted pursuant to the authority vested in the town of Stokesdale by the session laws and general statutes of North Carolina, particularly Session Law 2009-216, House Bill 239, Session Law 2009-484, Senate Bill 838, North Carolina General Statute 153A, 121, 153A-140, Chapter 153A, Article 18, North Carolina General Statute 160A-174, 160A-193, Chapter A, this is being struck. Article D, Article 19D.
So it reads chapter.
Anybody have any idea what it deals with?
It replaces 160A Article D with 160D.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right. Any objection? Any concern? All right. Next item, 7-51.
7-5.
Anybody know what page that is?
Not
working.
yet.
264 in mine, but that's not yours. That's pretty straightforward.
Seven -5, it starts on page 529 in our book.
10, blank.
Legislature has part 6, article, chapter 1.
It does. This is flooding, this is flood damage prevention.
It is?
Wait a minute, is that 7-51?
Yep.
Okay, the part that has to be in here is,
It just corrects the statutory reference.
say again?
It just corrects the statutory reference to.
Oh, yeah,
to
okay.
160D.
They struck parts 3, 5, and 8 of Article 19 of Chapter 160DA.
No, they're replacing the A with the D.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Which is the title of it, okay. All right.
Is A struck?
Yes.
No, A is struck and
A is
replaced with
struck.
D.
Okay.
It's 160D is.
I'm sorry, the strike goes right through the
Yeah.
leg of the, okay.
Looks like it.
Yes.
Yeah.
16.
All right. Now we're down to
Chapter 143.
8-3.1. Steve, what page are we on? That's 9.
It looks like page 548 of 679.
8-3.
Yes, it is. Enforcement procedure,
Hold on just a second. 8-3.
Try
This is-
238, Jimmy.
1.
Yeah.
Where is it?
238 on mine.
No, what's yours, Mr. Winfrey?
Let's see, let me pull it.
We got different books, I believe. 8-3. I'm sorry, guys.
Page 274.
274?
All right, it reads, this is 8-3.1, notice of violation, which is abbreviated to NOV. If the owner or occupant of the land, building, sign, structure, or use of the violation fails to take prompt corrective action, the enforcement officer shall give what has been struck, owner, occupant, to be replaced with owner, occupant, and person undertaking the work or activity by written notice, strike by, replaced with through either certified or registered mail to their, not his, to their last known address. Strike or, by personal services, or by personal service, electronic delivery, or by posting notice of the violation conspicuously on the property.
Mr. Winfrey, what's electronic delivery?
Typically email with,
Okay.
preferably with some kind of receipt.
You ever receive an email that goes into your spam folder and you don't see it?
Well, the last part of what I said was email with the receipt is, I'm used to getting, you can get an email with a receipt to show that,
It was opened.
it was opened or read. So I would think that if I were doing by electronic, I'd want to be doing it with a receipt, not
Well,
just.
I object
To answer
to,
your question, I have things go to spam, and I've had things that didn't go to spam I still didn't see.
the point being, when it comes to this, I don't think email is sufficient notice to a property owner when they're under threat of government action by force.
Verbiage. It's just like this.
And
So we don't have any choice in the matter.
oh yeah,
160D.
I think you could remove if you wanted to remove.
But isn't this 160D language?
Well, what's 160D say? 160D
pull that up here.
dash 404. 404.
It's just like with the statute, the limit on 1 year on the permit thing. It has a presumption, but you can change that too.
Okay, 404.
Well, I'm a citizen, I'm not a government agent, so I want my protections under the Constitution.
There's a whole section.
Yeah, so I'm looking at 160D-404, and it says, exactly what this language says, shall be delivered to the holder and the landholder involved if the landowner is not the owner, by personal delivery, electronic delivery, or first-class mail, and may be provided by similar means to the occupant of the property. You can make it more protective of the property owner if you want to.
Well, I see these things kind of fall through the cracks all the time. The notice gets put on the property and it's occupied by a tenant and the owner never finds out. Or, the owner sent the certified mail and doesn't accept the service and the tenant never finds out. It seems like it's a moving target on both sides. And again, when somebody's being threatened with the power of government and everything that comes with it, they need a fair break. I mean, criminals, they can rob a bank now and seems like they almost get out on bond before the cop gets through with the report. So I just think it's fair to property owners and tenants and what have you to make sure they receive a timely, proper notice.
And so 160 says a minimum, a kind of a floor, and if you want to have something more protective of the property owner, you're free to do that.
Well, this 8.3-1 does allow for written notice by certified or registered mail, which is probably the higher level of notification. So I think it's just addressing all forms. It doesn't say we have to email. It just says it's allowable in a certain situation.
Right.
But
What is it now? What is the law now? Anybody know?
Yeah,
It says,
certified or registered mail to their last known address.
that's what it says.
That's the law now. And we're trying to add or by personal service electronic delivery. I agree with you. Electronic delivery for a notice of violation is bad news.
well, they might get.
But it's required to be in there. We don't have any choice, I don't believe.
No, we can make it more protective of the
But
property.
we can't strike electronic delivery, can we?
You could say and. You have to do both.
This is covered in
Well,
160D 404
I mean, I
enforcement.
think
If the law requires it exactly as this change is written in here, then who am I to object to it? But I don't like
Mr.
it.
Winfrey says we can make it more protective. So by taking out electronic delivery, we do make it more protective.
Right.
But
Yeah,
we
but
can't
one-
take it out, we could make it and.
But 160D has electronic delivery in it. It's written into the
So
statute.
if we take out
But it's
electronic
but it's an
delivery, aren't
or.
we in violation of 160D?
But the statute says or. So you can deliver it by first class or certified mail or FedEx or email. And so if you struck email and deliver it by FedEx or deliver it by certified mail or by personal delivery, you still comply with the statute because the statute says or.
Right, okay.
So the point I'm trying to make is you can say, we don't want notice of violations going out by email. As the only way of serving them. You can duplicate it, you can send it by certified mail and email, but you can certainly in your ordinance say,
I think the and protects it because you don't know how each individual's gonna receive it. They may receive it in the mail and they may get it better certified mail, or they may not be at that address, but my email comes to my phone.
Yeah.
And they guarantee.
We could send them a letter, they could be on a cruise, and they might get it faster by email. So
That's right.
just so many different variables involved.
right,
And just keep in mind, the only way you're gonna know their email address is by have previously corresponded that way with them. You're not gonna be just randomly pull it out of the air, so.
No, that's a good point.
I assume you're using your TikTok account, probably not gonna qualify.
My TikTok account doesn't exist. I'm in compliance.
Okay, we have it resolved?
I've taken a deep breath. Yes, Mayor, thank
All
you.
right, sir, very good. Okay, this is 3-1.
That's,
The other change is in 8-3.2. The numbers are changed at the very bottom. The last line is within 15 has been struck to 30 days following the date of the notice.
Which is a requirement of 160D.
All right.
And it continues on the next page, within the date of the notice of violation, and if by first-class mail is deemed received on the third business day following United States Postal Service postage stamp, during the appeal of the NOV, enforcement is stayed and no accrual of any fine shall occur during the pendency of the civil proceeding, according to North Carolina General Statute 160D-405F. Any objection? All right, moving right along to 8-4.5. They are striking on the bottom of, I have it on page 550 of 679. They are striking from the North Carolina General Statute 160 rather. They're striking A, 421, or 153A, 361D, they're adding D. In other words, this statute's going to read, North Carolina General Statute 160D-404B. That's the change. They're changing it to identify the statute. Any objection? 8-4.6, corrections and revocation procedure to apply with, all right. This is on the following page.
I don't have any of it.
Do I need to read that in?
Mayor,
What
I
they've
wouldn't
done
put-
is- what
wouldn't
they-
put you through this. This is fairly complex. I will ask the question of Mr. Winfrey again. Is this the requirement for 160D compliance?
Yes, it is. 160D-405 deals with this revocation issue, so it pretty much tracks the language of the statute.
If this tracks this language, let's move on.
Just move on. Okay. 9-1.1.
And Mr. Winfrey, is this a requirement? 9-1.1.
Yes. Okay, what they've added is, this is administrative procedures, it's under general. They've added any updates to regulation must occur by accordance and not by resolution.
Yes, that is a requirement.
Okay. Any objection? Next item is 9-1.2, and what they've added is,
Mr. Winfrey, is this a requirement? No.
Yes, yes.
Good.
let's see, where can I start? Good Lord, that's one long sentence. Anyway, what they,
I feel obligated to read it. I think, if it's required, we can move forward.
okay? Any objection?
My input.
Any objection? If you need me to read it, I'll read it. Okay, 9-1.7,
I do have a question. When this individual, this person or persons is certifying to the governing body that the proper notice was mailed, are they doing that verbally? Or are they signing sort of statement with a date and witnessed, notarized? how?
Which section, I'm sorry, which one are you looking at?
I'm 9-1.2, A2. It's on our page 561.
Yes, and so usually there's a certificate of service, and I think we've seen notices in the past of hearings that the clerk will certify that notice was sent to so-and-so. So there is actually a written certification that notices were sent.
And that's retained as a public record.
Yes.
We include them in the agenda packets.
we good? 9-1.6, 9-1.7. This deals with conflict of interest.
And
This
these,
is required.
yes, all these are required under the new
Okay.
statute.
It is also 9-1.8, oath of office, that is required.
Yes.
9-2, the only change is they've changed the,
How did we get to 9-2?
we just covered 9-1, dot 7 and 9-1.
Can I at least glance at it?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I gave time. If you need to, please do. And this is required, what you're reading.
They're fond of run-on sentences in these things.
Excuse me?
They're very fond of run-on sentences in these statutes. The sentences go on for,
Yeah, that one I saw just then, that was a paragraph of one sentence.
Mr. Winfrey, in the past, I've attempted to abstain from voting sometimes when I felt that I had some kind of conflict of interest, and I've been reminded by various town attorneys that I had a duty to vote. And so obviously my judgment doesn't come into play on these matters. Can any board member question another board member's authority to vote if they believe that that board member might have a conflict of interest?
Oh, good question.
yeah, you can raise it if you think that there's a board member who has a direct financial interest in the matter, then you can certainly raise that question either privately with them or in the meeting.
Can that board member call for a vote of the board?
What would you be voting on?
You make a motion, certainly.
Yeah, you can make a motion that someone be excused from the consideration of the matter.
Recused, whatever.
When we discussed this before, maybe I'm not during your tenure, but I think it's very specific. It has to be a direct financial conflict. It can't just be casual or an opinion. It has to be a very direct.
Well, it has to be, not that you are friends with who owns it. It has to be kind of.
If I'm making a decision on a gas station and I just happen to buy gas there, that's not a sufficient financial interest to impact my vote.
Right.
But if I own a share in a business, of course, obviously that's different.
Or your daughter or son or in-laws.
What,
goes-
in-law,
it-
does
it-
it have,
it's-
I
it-
thought it was immediate family.
I think it
By
goes to,
blood or
I think,
marriage,
it-
I think
did they not change it to in-laws?
I think
mean,
it's by
pretty
blood
deep.
or marriage, I think, so in-laws too, I think.
It's pretty deep now. I think they extended it a little bit.
I surrender.
Which being a Jones,
Okay.
that could be everybody in Stokesdale.
Okay, 9-2, all they've done is change the North Carolina General Statute 160D dash, they had it as A 361, they've changed it to 160D dash 301. Any objection?
We're at 9-2.
Dash 3.3. Okay. 9-2.3F, this is process for recommendation for planning board to town council to comply with current legal requirements.
And this one, I believe, it was the old law, and I think it's been now codified into 160D. You know, we've had that before, where you have to make a consistency statement when you're dealing with the rezoning. I think that was law even before 160D, but I think 160D has codified it too, so it's bringing that up to compliance.
Is there any objection?
We're on,
No,
9-2.3F.
I don't have I guess I got a clarification. I don't object to any of this. And Robbie does a good job of doing this already. But when practical matter, like an example, when we hear a zoning case, before we hear a zoning case, there needs to be a written recommendation from the planning board, not just the fact that there's been a meeting before that.
Correct. And the staff has to make so the staff typically makes a recommendation, the planning board will make a recommendation, which may be the same or may not be the same, and then you take that into consideration, give it whatever weight you want to give it when you make your decision.
So the planning board's minute, the planning board's minutes,
No, they're not adopted
that's
yet.
that's not sufficient.
Correct, because I think they have to before your hearing, I think there has to be some kind of written notice from the planning board that they recommended.
Okay.
Or from the staff,
I'm sorry.
or from our staff,
Yeah, the staff does one, and then the plan,
So Mason would do an approval for the planning board to send to the council.
No. It's typically in the motion and it's.
Yeah, but I mean, once you've done it, he would actually physically do it, am I right?
That's right. After the planning board has made their ruling, Mason will type up a letter to the town council that day and send it to council, letting you guys formally know what the planning board's decision was.
Is that correct?
yeah, what the recommendation was, yes.
Okay, all right. Very good. Anything else? 9-3, Historic Preservation Commission. All they've done is they've changed the North Carolina General Statute 160D. They've just renamed it correctly. It is 160D-303 is the ordinance, or regular state statute rather. Same thing again, down below it, 160D-949.
who is JD for that's commenting in this? on the
That's Jesse Day, who was with the PTRC.
And further down, there's part,
I seem to recall there's no committee or district for historic preservations. Could we take this Historic Preservation Commission out? Or is it required to be here by 160D?
Well, it looks like the old ordinance had it in there, whether it was staffed or not, or whether you actually made appointments or not, I don't know, but your old ordinance created one.
What if we were just at a town council meeting and a town council member wanted to bring up the idea of removing the historical preservation part?
Abolishing?
Abolishing, thank you.
We don't have it.
The question that I think is on the floor is it required that we have that in there by 160D?
No, but if you did have one, it would be authorized under 160D, not 160A.
Okay.
And so right now, you have one that's authorized under 160A, and moving forward, after this, you'll have one authorized under 160D.
It just authorizes to have it.
Right.
Don't mean we had to have it.
That's right.
What's Jesse Day telling me here with his comment is what I'm wondering, Jimmy.
He's saying we don't have it.
Well, I know we don't have it, but
We
what,
don't have a committee. So
But-
in other
but-
words, it's fluff that's in our ordinance.
so he's suggesting we remove this Historic Preservation Commission out of our
No, he's just
ordinance.
saying he doesn't remember there being one.
Yeah, he's,
He says for High Point, so I don't know what that means. He says for HP, so I don't know what his comment. That may be a typo on his part, but.
I do remember him asking if we had one.
no, we don't have.
Oh, okay, gotcha, okay. All I would say is, your old ordinance created one under 160A, new ordinance will create one under 160D. If you decide you want to abolish it, that would be you could do it, I suppose, at the hearing, when you adopt the ordinance, if you wanted, because there will be a public hearing. So if you wanted to abolish the Historic Preservation
Okay,
Commission.
yeah, thanks. I guess that's outside the scope of what we're doing with 160D here. Thank you.
Right.
All right. 9-4, Board of Adjustment, correction statutory references, restates law regarding hearings. This properly names the statute to 160D-302. All activities of the board will be conducted as a quasi-judicial hearing as outlined in North Carolina General Statute 160D-406.
Okay.
Any question, objection?
It's just changing the numbers is all, of what book we get it out of.
Okay. Last item, under the recommendations from TTRC, or the requirements from PTRC, 9-8. Somebody help me with a page. I got 9. 9-7, there's 9-8.
Yours is page 294.
Process of appealing, correcting. I've got 591. Steve, is that right? 591?
I'm looking at something back on page 571, it's eliminating grant special exemptions for historic districts and other purposes as a sign. So it's taking away something from the Board of Adjustment.
That's one of my changes.
Oh,
That was not a PTRC change, I think. That was one of my changes.
okay. It's in blue, that's why.
You'll explain that to us later then.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Back to 9-8, process of appealing.
What page is that?
I got 591 in your book, Steve, 591 of 679. What they've done is they've added an item, unless otherwise provided, appeals of decisions, actions, orders, or interpretations of this ordinance shall be, A, in writing, B, filed within, it says 15 days as it stands now. They've changed it to 30 days, and they've dropped and then they've added item D under that, which is staff official or successor involved in decision being appealed must appear as a witness in the appeal. And E, quasi-judicial procedures must be followed according to the North Carolina General Statute 160D-406. Moving right along, we're going to Mr. Winfrey's recommendations, and his first one is 5-51.
Well, I thought we were just gonna focus on the 160D compliant changes.
But these are okay. Well, I think my thought is that we can cover this with Mr. Winfrey tonight. I would say the recommendations, let's see.
There's only 4, then let's do it.
Well, we need to go through Mr. Chu's recommendations too, am I correct?
Yeah, the adopted agenda certainly has both.
Okay, let's do that.
We're gonna need to take a little bit more time on these. because these, like I say, these are recommendations, so it's just 2 minutes of deal's not gonna work.
I agree.
And there's
I mean,
a lot of those.
We can't debate the 160D changes that are required by the general statute, the legislature that we gotta update. All these suggestions coming from all these different directions. We're not under some time limit here that we got to complete this with, we can spend 3 minutes on each one. I object to being pressured on this when I just received the dadgum book today.
I don't think there's any pressure. I think it'd be good to hear Mr. Chu's input on the matter while he's here.
Don't object to that if council wants to do that. I feel it's important, again, to make the distinction between what we're required to do by Raleigh versus the suggestions that anybody might bring forth.
I don't object to listening to anybody's suggestions, but I would like to take time. I wouldn't want to vote on them tonight.
I don't think we're voting on anything tonight.
Well, we just did. I mean, we just went through these things.
We haven't objected to anything.
Yeah, I understand, but what I'm saying is, on these things, we're gonna need to, go through them a little bit more so, because these are suggestions. Those things we had to do.
Okay,
These things, there's gonna be more input
okay.
from everybody.
But make me a suggestion. Do you want to do this another night?
Let me all finish.
I'm sorry.
So it's gonna take a little bit of time to look this over. I mean, looking at this for 2 or 3 minutes, I mean, like I said, you guys sharper than I am. It takes me a little bit of time to look this stuff over and make an opinion on it.
Okay.
We got the beef done.
Okay.
So, like I said, I don't mind hearing what everybody's got to say each one of these items, but as far as making a decision on it right this second, I have a problem with that. But I do want to hear everybody. I value everybody's opinion.
I'll stay here till midnight, anything council wants to listen to, but we have to comply with 160D. And so the more we talk about suggestions and what have you, it's impeding us from getting to the public hearing to put the 160D changes into effect. So why have we put this on us in such a way that we're trying to get the 160D changes done and all the suggestions in the same public hearing? Why are we doing this? To save advertising cost?
Well, but at a previous meeting, you said you wanted to deal with the unconstitutional sign ordinance at the same time. At least I understood it to be the board's pleasure, just to make sure that, because it's almost more important than 160D to comply with the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah.
And so, so I propose to do that at the same time. Those are only 2 minor changes to comply with the Constitution sign ordinance.
Yeah, and we're gonna hear you out about that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, to Mr. Lander's point, and I'm not as smart as he is, so it's gonna take me even longer to look at these suggestions. If we spend a lot of time on the suggestions, it's gonna delay us getting the public hearing done for the 160D compliance, which we have to do. And I hear you about being compliant with the United States Constitution and the sign ordinances. Maybe those need to be incorporated. But ever since the meeting started, I keep talking about addressing the 160D compliance and the suggestions being secondary to that. And we keep coming back to putting them in the same pot for each individual's reasons or what have you. And so I feel it worth mentioning yet again.
Well, that's
Now,
probably the
what
board's decision.
May I just make a suggestion? Why don't we go ahead and hear Chuck's recommendations? There's only 4 of them, and 2 of them are very important, dealing with the sign thing. And then we table Mr. Two's until we've had a chance to review it.
I like that idea, Mr. Richards.
And that way we can move forward and do our 160D. We can take care of our sign ordinance, and then we've got time to focus on the other changes.
Guys, Mr. Chu has sat here patiently for 2.5 hours. Let's hear him out. I mean, there may be reasons for that. I'm not saying we have to act on them, but,
You got me until midnight.
Yeah.
I'll stay till 3 o'clock. I mean, I don't care.
I ain't staying to 3.
I don't care. Well, I do care about y'all if y'all don't want to stay. But
Okay, let's do this. All right. Mr. Winfrey, if you would, please recap your recommendations.
And so the first one, dealing with 5-5.1, which Mr. Landers on page 139,
139.
Of your book, and I'm not sure what that is on the other.
All right, guys, y'all books.
Page one, it's page 268 in my book.
It uses the wrong word. Prevarication is not something we want to have at a conference. It's, if you look up the word prevarication, which I don't use very often, means concealing the truth by being ambiguous. I think what the word that's supposed to be is a pre-application conference, not a prevarication conference. So I would recommend, it's not highlighted in your text, but that word should be changed.
This is a good example of something that's not required, but makes all the sense in the world
Yeah,
to go ahead and,
fix it.
yeah.
The other, my second two, my changes under item B under my Roman numeral 2, 6-1.3, which, let me find that. Mr. Landers, I think that's on your page 156.
I think
Page 305 on 679.
we're on different books.
The U.S. Constitution has been interpreted to say that you can't have sign restrictions, that you can't have one set of rules for non-commercial speech and a different set of rules for commercial speech. That was not the law when I was in law school. When I was in law school, you could regulate commercial speech, you couldn't regulate non-commercial or political speech. But the Supreme Court ruled about 7 years ago that that was not the case, that any discrimination based on content of the speech was not allowed. There's still exception for obscenity or nudity or whatever, so this particular, an ordinance just like this was struck down by both the Supreme Court and by the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. So we're removing an exemption. The current ordinance exempts government signs from any regulation and exempts works of art with no commercial message from regulation. So we're removing those exemptions. I propose to remove those exemptions. The same rules apply to those kinds of signs as apply to commercial signs.
So we're making the sign ordinance more restrictive.
Right.
I don't like it.
Okay. And as long as we don't discriminate, we can say we're going to regulate. You can do so. We can make it so everything's equally regulated or equally unregulated, but you can't discriminate.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Chuck, have you had any experience litigating any kind of similar case to
Oh, you had in
this?
Summerfield. I had a case actually in Summerfield. They had an ordinance just like this, and I had to sue them when they were trying to take down the Clouds out in Summerfield. I don't know if you remember that. It was a smoke vape shop that my client owned the shopping center. And the tenant put up this artwork in the form of clouds, and they said that's a commercial sign, so you can't have it. And they couldn't, because their sign said you couldn't do it as commercial speech. But the Supreme Court doesn't allow that. So we prevailed in Superior Court, and I don't know how much Summerfield spent on that, but it wasn't a trivial amount of money.
So now they can change, let's see, I don't know if I've got this right or not. You can change the ordinance and make it more restrictive, but you gotta restrict everybody.
You
And
can't.
then if they'd had their ordinance written different, that would have held up, is what you're saying.
Right, you can't discriminate on the basis of message.
Right.
And you also can't discriminate on the basis of speaker. So you can't say, okay, well, a church can do this, but the ABC store can't. Or you can't say, the town can do it, but nobody else can do it.
Right.
That's another, so you can't, so that's why I've removed exemptions for government signs and removed exemptions for works of art for no commercial message, which is similar to what the town of Summerfield has done. After my lawsuit, they changed the ordinance to remove those exemptions.
They restricted it more.
They said that they had to follow the same rules everybody else had to follow.
So works of art, if somebody puts up some sort of sculpture, could it be regulated under the sign ordinance?
Yeah, but for example, under current ordinance, if you wanted to put a sign out, like one of these wind-blown devices that you see out there, if it was a work of art or had a religious or philosophical message, you couldn't regulate it under the current ordinance, but if it was a commercial message, you could regulate it. And that's what the Supreme Court says you can't do. If that makes sense.
Why would a town be okay with an artistic message and not be okay with a commercial message? Yeah, I've never understood that. People, nonprofit, you know, and things can do things, and then somebody's trying to make $1 off. That's like a sin or something.
Well, that's right. And then the Supreme Court agrees with you.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court says you have to apply the same rules to everybody.
Yeah, yeah. But by doing that, they're making it more restrictive on people that used to not have any restrictions.
Or they
Or we have the choice of not restricting.
or not restricted at all.
Yeah, I like that better, probably.
Yeah. But the Constitution doesn't say you can't restrict it. It just says if you do restrict it, you've got to be even-handed with how you do it.
Right, right.
So Chuck, the changes that you've made here correct an unconstitutional ordinance?
Correct. And that also appears, in the next one, 6-1, there's a table that kind of deals with, table 6-1, which is down a few pages, let's see. And I took out where it purported to exempt, commercial.
So for both of these, B and C, they're not necessarily 160D related. They're related to the U.S. Constitution.
That's correct.
So advancing your changes would be constitutional?
Right, it would give us an enforceable ordinance, because right now, it's not enforceable. If you tried to tell somebody they had to take their sign down, any kind of sign, they're gonna say, go fly a kite because your ordinance is unconstitutional, you can't enforce it.
Well, they may not have a good attorney like that guy that had you.
That's a conflict of interest.
Mr. Winfrey, far as the risk to the town with this, we would know if we had a problem today or tomorrow or next week. We would have somebody in front of us, or they would have contacted the town one way or the other and say, hey, you know, I got a problem with your sign ordinance, or your enforcement officer is attempting to make me take my sign down. My point being, we would have an opportunity to react to that in a positive fashion rather than to pick on Summerfield for a minute, to react in a negative fashion and put the town in court versus getting it resolved so that we don't have to go to court and face a possible good attorney like Summerfield did.
Well, and what happened in Summerfield is we appealed the notice of violation based on the Constitution, and it went to their Board of Adjustment, and the Board of Adjustment said, we're not bound by the Constitution, we're bound by our ordinance. And so that's why we end up in court.
Well, it's a good place to get to. So basically, we're talking about all sponsorships and things like that, and I mean, we're gonna have to treat them just like,
I'm sorry?
like all sponsors, different things like that, we're going to treat them just like we would a commercial message.
Well, in a sign ordinance, if again, we're talking about signs. We're talking about signs.
I think.
Well, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. If somebody puts up a sign, you have to apply the same rules to, you can't discriminate on the basis of the message that's on the sign or who the speaker is.
This is one we need to do some thinking about.
I agree. I'm just saying that hopefully we've got better sense than to go against the grain with the United States Constitution and the Supreme Court. If we did have an issue before us with a business or a citizen and we won't be in the same place that Summerfield found themselves. Hopefully, we'll stop. We know we need to tweak some things, and we won't jump off the cliff just because Summerfield did. So,
In the spirit of having good sense, would it make good sense to go ahead and have this updated to be constitutional while we're doing these other things?
it doesn't to me until I understand what we're doing. Now, I can't stop the rest of the board from pursuing it.
I mean, I think that's what we're paying Mr. Winfrey for, is his advice, and he's giving it here based on sound decision and previous experience. And I mean, I think we need to take that advice.
He's saying that, that will make it constitutional if we decide to pursue somebody on something. But we're also putting restrictions on people that were never restricted. And that's something to think about.
Well, you're just eliminating an exception. In other words, you're eliminating, you're right, I mean, before any speech on that's artistic or not commercial, was exempted, and
I understand
that exemption.
I understand. So why have any speech? I mean, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. This is one I'd have to do some thinking on. I mean, I understand 100% what you're saying, so don't think I don't.
Mm-hmm.
But you see I think you know where I'm coming from.
Right.
On it. I need to pull the sign orders out.
But my point is, we're only in peril if we put ourselves in peril.
Or some later board puts you in peril.
Well, we got to fix this before too long. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
I mean, because
I'm not talking about waiting 2 years or a year or maybe even 6 months. I'm just saying this is one that we need to do some hard thinking and talking about. Look at the sign orders we got now with this and think about what the repercussions of it and what you're doing.
I got to make the point. I'm old, just a layman doing a job that the citizens elected me to do. But I find that when this town moves in a measured, fairly slow pace, that we don't make mistakes. I find that when we try to hurry up and do something, a lot of times we regret it, or we realize we spent more than we should have, or some other negative outcome has occurred, and you always have to be conscious of what you don't know, which in my case is considerable. But I just favor a slow, measured plan with this, with updates to our sign ordinance. If we set out to review our sign ordinances, there may be other changes that we want to make. Any citizen out there may have a suggestion to take something out, for example, or modify something. So I just don't think, I just know we're not going to take a hard-nosed approach to this like Summerfield did, to pick on them once again, and they wound up in court over it.
Okay, let's leave this where it is. Okay. And this is your recommendation.
Right.
We will, to Mr. Lander's point, we will have to make a decision on this, and we will do just that. Okay. Your next item?
And then the other one is related to appeals, and it's not a really constitutional issue, but it deals, and I've done something to my computer to make it so I can't read the damn thing, excuse me. But we've got a, depending on how you want to which functions you want to leave with the planning board versus what functions you want staff to make, it changes through your appeal process. So 9-8.4 deals with the process for appeal, and so I just put that as a marker to know that if we change how appeals are going, that would have to be changed.
My fingers don't work like they used to.
I think it's page 592 in my book.
I got 592, I'm sorry. Yes, 592.
That's on the page.
full screen either, so I'll put it in full page. I don't know why I did that. I clicked on something I shouldn't have clicked on. Maybe one of those.
Governing board bills for this.
I usually use the iPad.
Chuck, what are you suggesting here again? What is
Let
it?
me see, let me pull it up here, I'm sorry.
Chuck, I'm on 292. I don't know if ours is the same back that far.
Somebody named JD5 is asking, does this need to go to the Board of Adjustment? Since we're already the Board of Adjustment, I tend to say no, we'd be fixing a problem that
I think he
doesn't
said those,
exist.
I think he said those notes are from somebody in High Point. I'm not sure what the connection is there.
Surely not.
Let's see.
The HP earlier was for historic preservation, that's why that was there.
HP was what?
Historic preservation.
Oh, historic preservation, not High Point.
Who's JDS?
That'd be Jesse Day, he's the regional planning director, PTRC.
That's the same one that's been there all night.
Yeah, I think the change here was dealing with appeals being 30 days instead of 15 days, that under 9.8.4. Well, I think I just put this 9.8.4 as a place marker to show that if we're going to change who makes decisions with regard to like plats or subdivisions, we may need to consider how that appeal process would work afterward. So 9.8.4 is really a placeholder.
What's wrong with it now?
There's nothing wrong with it now, but Mr. Two has recommended changes to it. So if you make changes to that, you'll also need to deal with 9.8.4, deal with appeals. So I just put that as a placeholder for future reference.
Okay, all right, so that's basically that is dependent on Avery's recommendation.
That's right.
Okay, let's move on then. Avery, if you would, can you recap some of yours?
Absolutely. So the first one is 3-11.2. Give everybody time to get there.
Do you have a page number?
Coming up with one.
69 on mine.
It's gonna be 139, 137, something like that, wait a minute. 130.
11.2.
132 or 133? 130. It's 135.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure.
And so this was just a recommendation to kind of bring it more in line with the Guilford County ordinance where a pre-application conference with staff, meaning either sometimes can be a phone call, can be an email chain, it can be.
Avery, if you would, pull that microphone around to you, please, sir. Thank you.
Could you start over there, buddy?
Yep, so it's a recommendation to require a pre-application conference with staff for major site plans
Why?
to ensure that the applicant understands all of the requirements and that they don't get themselves into something when they don't fully understand what they're getting themselves into.
How long does it take to get an appointment?
Like I said, it could be a phone call in some cases can constitute a pre-application conference. It doesn't usually require, coming into the office or anything like that. It could be a phone call, could be an email chain, could be like a video call, could be them coming into the office. Sometimes it is for more complex cases.
This scares, just right now in a completely another jurisdiction, I'm involved in something wherein we're required to get a conference with staff, and that's great. They just won't give us the appointment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not doing that to people. So unless it's got a deadline that you shall respond to them in a given period of time, I wouldn't want to sign on to this. they always have the option of contacting you in the first place, don't they?
They have the option, but it's not required, and in many cases, people do not, if it's not required.
So you're saying that a lot of times it's detrimental to the applicant's interest not to contact you first before contacting their land planner or
Yes,
their
sir.
surveyor?
Yes, sir.
Because their land planner or surveyor are not knowledgeable about our ordinance?
They could be, but they don't necessarily work with it every day. I'll point out the issue you raised hasn't been an issue in Guilford County where this is a requirement, to my knowledge.
Mr. Chu, we gotta talk sometime. I've been in Guilford County, God, it's been 50 years now. I've been involved in some of this. I could tell you some more stories sometime over a soda or a glass of tea. That's where my concern comes from, is just the, people getting tangled up in bureaucratic layers. Sometimes the county, they're short-staffed. At times, there was one time not too long ago when Mr. Bass was the only planner Guilford County was employing, for example.
So what's the downside? So we don't do this. So somebody goes ahead and moves ahead with the project before consulting with you. So what happens to them?
Theoretically, if the project moves forward, if the project is actually reviewed and then it's determined that what they want to do cannot be done, the fee's already paid, can't be refunded because the review has already happened. So it can result in lost money for the applicant, lost time.
With the review, they can save that risk.
Exactly. So it's a trade-off for sure. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, you'll never get me to vote for it.
What's the planning board think? Steve?
I don't think things should be required of people. Once you say it's required, that's it. It has to be done. Now, if somebody has the forethought to go check with the planning or the planning department, that's good because it saves them money. But once you require it, that's bad.
Would it be sufficient to put in here that it is highly recommended that the developer, whomever it happens to be, would consult with the planning board or the planning department? Would that be sufficient?
Yeah, I think that's a step in the right direction. I think that's a good compromise.
Then anyone have an objection to that?
I object to all of it. This is a suggestion. It's not a 160D compliance issue. We need time to reflect on this and have all parties, try to get in sync as much as possible.
Okay, so this is something we're gonna push forward. We're gonna push this out. Go right ahead.
To Mr. Foy's point, I don't mean to gum up the works. I'm certainly willing to listen to Mr. Chu's presentation here, so I didn't mean to stall him out.
So would it be to your preference, Mr. Jones, that we just let Mr. Two run through these, explain his side of it, and then we adjourn?
In 5 minutes till 10, I think it.
Instead of debating each one of them, just
Yeah.
hear his side of it. If you have any technical questions, ask them, and then we can come back to it.
Long as we're acknowledging their suggestions.
I mean, I do see this as an opportunity for you guys to provide comment. I mean, I certainly am not, these are merely suggestions. I'm not trying to ram this down anybody's throat. I'm not trying
Let's have your next one. Go.
Sure. So, let's see here. 3-11.4. This one's more of a significant change. I'll let everybody get there.
It's on page 136 in the book.
Yep, so this is 3-11.4B.
Mr.
But I'll-
Lyons, this is page 69 for yours.
69 on mine as well. So I'll start with A. I'm not proposing any changes to A, but I'll read it out because it's kind of crucial for the context. So the site plan or plot plan shall be approved when it meets all requirements of the ordinance or proper waivers and/or variances are obtained. That section is simply stating that site plan approval is administrative in nature. It's dependent merely on meeting the requirements of the ordinance, the clear objective requirements of the ordinance. So the proposed changes, or the changes that I am proposing under B, number 1, Strike out to be maybe approved by the planning board, so the sentence reads, site plans submitted for new developments or additions to existing developments shall require review and approval by the planning department. Let's see. So I'll just leave it there for that portion.
Back sometime in 160D, I thought that I'd read where they were changing that to where that's the way it was gonna be, because if it was, if it met all specifications, it was supposed to be approved. You know, it wasn't a political decision by no means. So maybe it's not in there, but I swear I thought I'd read something like that in there.
160D says you can, it says that on review, the only thing you can look at is, does it comply with the ordinance or does it not comply with the ordinance? But you're free to say who makes that decision. You can say the staff makes that decision. You can say the planning board makes that decision. You can say the town council makes that
Okay.
decision.
But you have to go strictly by,
Does it comply or does not comply?
you can't, yeah, it can't be anything about the traffic or,
That's right. So there's no discretion
right.
left for whoever's making that review. It's only a question of does it comply or not.
Okay, that's probably what I read.
Yeah.
I read, it's been some time since when it had come out that I read it, but I just remember that.
And I guess here, reemphasize what I said before about if someone submitted a plan to the planning board and they said, we're turning this down because you're not complying, and the property owner disagreed, they could then go to the Board of Adjustment and say, you know, which would be, it's currently constituted, the town council.
And then Superior Court.
And you have a quasi judicial hearing on whether they comply or not comply, or how to interpret the ordinance.
Yeah.
So sometimes you get interpretation of the ordinance that become issues. So there's relief if the staff gives the wrong answer for the property owner to still have a hearing about it.
Is there a way with the, well, I guess they would be informed that they had that right. Is there a mechanism for that?
Well, it's in the ordinance, but I don't know if they read the ordinance.
Right. I mean, I think that should be a requirement that if it was that way, that if the planner turned around, you guys do a great job. So it's just like I say about some of the things here at council. You know, as you guys, we get along and we fuss about things and everything, but we're, you know, trying to be on the right side. But you get some guys in there that are not, and that's what, you know, we're concerned about. Everything don't stay hunky-dory forever.
My thoughts on this is that, you know, we are a small town.
Yeah.
And I like having the planning board kind of review site plans for new developments. One, that ensures that we get the documents into town hall, you know, beforehand. And two, it's just reviewed at, and I just feel like in the small town, it's good to know, you know, the site plans that come along. Yeah, certainly if we were bigger, I could see, you know, the downside to that, but I do appreciate the recommendation.
I mean, I'm in agreement. I think this is one of those things we need maybe a little further discussion on along with the first item.
It is, but this is one of the things that I think that they did because it does help like a property owner. It saves them time. So, I mean, this is a positive for the property owner.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Hey, Chuck, I've got a question.
If you got the right people in and, you know, and it's done right, so you don't ever know.
I'll give you some names of some folks to call.
I'm just saying, there's good and bad. I see where you're coming from.
We had a case 90 days ago where the applicant was doing this development up here on 68, where 65 tees into 68, and they had to bring the site plan 1 month, and the next month was a rezoning, and it was kind of rinse and repeat. I think that is something that definitely needs to be taken care of, but I'm not sure this is accomplishing that with the site plan.
And that was in the planned development. I think that was
Was the PUD.
and so there's a different section dealing with PUD,
Okay,
which
so
also
we're
needs to be, I mean, Cause I think those folks had to make 5 or 6 trips out here total.
They're not done making trips.
Oh, yeah, that's not, they've made 4 already and they have 1 or 2 more left.
If something like this did happen and and did bypass the planning board, just stayed within, I think something should be written in the ordinance that they have to be informed of their rights to, appeal. I think something like that should be in that ordinance, that would say, if you went that way, that they would have the right to appeal, so they'd know, because I do know of people that went to Guilford County, and this has been some years ago, but, they'd just say they couldn't do something. When they probably could have. And it's, like I said, this ain't none of these guys were there. And if they'd have had, if that had been written up to where they had to say you could appeal or ask, further up, but they just gave up. And I don't want to see that, I want to see somebody be able to go as far as they can to do what they want to with their property if they can. That's one to think about.
Well, we always try to be careful about giving legal advice to people that we don't represent, so it's hard to, I try not to say, you have a right to do X, Y, and Z if the person I'm talking to is not my client, so.
Oh, yeah.
You have to be careful, because like if somebody comes to town council on a rezoning case and you turn them down, I don't think you want me to tell them, oh, you have a right to appeal to Superior Court if you don't like what they did.
We're supposed to do that anyway in the meeting. Aren't we supposed to, if we turn something down, we're supposed to say at the end of the meeting that they have the right to appeal?
It's required for the planning board to read them their appeal rights.
Is it not required for us?
It writes to
I
you.
don't remember that.
Yeah, every decision we make always is appealable to town council.
Well, most of what you do is
You know who did
recommendations
that?
anyway.
And maybe we hadn't been doing it, but I would think that it would be that we would have to, after something's done, that you have a right, because anybody has a right to appeal a zoning case. Somebody else could appeal it. Now, it used to be 15 days, now it's gonna be 30 days.
But
So people need to be informed.
don't you have to have standing to be able to appeal it?
I don't, you may, but I don't.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not positive on it.
Anyway.
Further discussion. Avery, next one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alrighty. Let's see, that was 3-11.4. Let's see. So similar vein, not quite the same thing, actually a little bit different from the pre-application conference, but a section in here for the technical review committee to provide advisory comment on major site plans. I just reworked this section a little bit to see what was the change here before forwarding to the town council.
Taking it away from the council and put it with the Board of Adjustments, which in our case is the same thing. But in the future, if it's not, then that's the primary change I see. And you went from 15 days to 30 days for an opportunity to appeal.
I'm speaking about 3-11.4B2 right now.
Oops.
Yeah,
That's the
so
plan.
under B2, it had to go into the planning board, and you've got it going not to the planning board.
Well, it always had to go to the technical review committee. I think the planning board had the authority to waive the technical review committee. But the technical review committee is just an advisory comment. So, let's see, under C.
Move stuff from planning board to the technical TRC, it looks like.
Yeah, or to the planning department really, but technical review committee for staff review. Let's see. Yep, final approval, appeal to the Board of Adjustment under C as well.
Question for you, Avery. What's the reason for putting Board of Adjustment there instead of Town Council?
It's just more typical. I understand the town council acts as the Board of Adjustment here, so functionally it wouldn't make a difference, but having it go to the Board of Adjustment. One, if a distinct Board of Adjustment was ever appointed by the town or created by the town, it makes sense usually for quasi judicial cases to go to Board of Adjustment because that's their kind of what they specialize in. Beyond that, it just kind of emphasizes to me, this is a quasi judicial hearing. This is the type of appeal it is.
So no matter what, when an appeal is brought to the town council or Board of Adjustment, it's under the quasi judicial arena.
Right.
It is if we keep putting it in the quasi judicial arena.
Well, it is because you have to be sworn in if you're presenting evidence, right?
I don't think they can have
Well,
a
I don't,
Yeah, if it's a zoning question, then it's not quasi-judicial, that's more legislative. But if it's,
Mr. Tew, when you say it's typical, are you taking into account the size of our town versus a medium-sized town versus a county with 600,000 people in it like
Yes.
the county's got? Because I don't see, there are towns in North Carolina much smaller than Stokesdale, I guess, with perhaps even smaller budgets. How in the world do they bankroll all these activities and requirements and fees and processes?
I think you might be misunderstanding my suggestion here. I'm not suggesting creating a separate Board of Adjustment. My suggestion for this section does not functionally change anything. It's just a clarification thing. It's saying the town council, which acts as the Board of Adjustment, would still hear the case.
Yeah,
But just to clarify that the town council is acting as a Board of Adjustment in this matter.
I just hope it's not turning into using a cannon to kill a mosquito. For one thing, the applicant has to pay the Board of Adjustment fee, whereas some of this stuff, when they appealed it to the town council, there's not as much cost and formality involved to get to a decision.
I think the fees are up to you guys. You can specify whatever fee you'd like for an appeal.
Well, I mean, that's just one of the differences I feel compelled to put out. You're adding to the cost to the applicant to appeal and adding to the complexity that the applicant has to follow.
I don't know, Tim. Is any appeal, is the requirement by law for it to be heard under a quasi judicial setting?
depends on what the appeal is. If it's a site plan approval, then that probably is quasi judicial because you're getting into Board of Adjustment territory of how do you interpret the ordinance? Do they comply with the ordinance? Do they comply with your reasonable interpretation of the ordinance? So those kinds of things are probably going to be quasi judicial. But if it's an appeal of a zoning case, which wouldn't really happen under your ordinance anyway, because the town council makes all the decisions. The planning board makes a recommendation, but they don't make any final decision.
Any appeal to a zoning verdict would have to go to the Superior Court.
Yes, if they were going from town council, if they wanted to appeal, they have to go to the Superior Court.
But any appeal of the planning board decision, if they have final authority, would be heard under a quasi-judicial body.
If it's, we're talking a rezoning case?
Well, no, if they have final authority for things like, I don't know, major site plans or.
Yeah, then that would go to the Board of Adjustment. I mean quasi-judicial.
So if it's quasi-judicial, I certainly understand the verbiage of Board of Adjustment there. Because does town council ever do quasi-judicial? A town council body? Or do they, if they're the same folks like Stokesdale, do we have to do it under the Board of Adjustment?
I think like special use permits, I think if somebody applied for a special use permit, I think that's quasi-judicial is my recollection.
Well, we're not getting complaints from our citizens. We're not getting complaints from the development community. We're not getting complaints from Guilford County. So there's not a lot of impetus to make changes to our processes. We kind of, we're 1% of Guilford County's population. And
I know.
it just, to keep it simple, Stokesdale principle comes to my
I'm
mind.
all about keep it simple Stokesdale. I think changes to verbiage, if they're more, while we have the opportunity, if it's more accurate, but it doesn't have any impact. I kind of like that, but whatever. Thank you.
Well, I'm like Jimmy, if the Guilford County employees are making decisions that are impacting our citizens, and those decisions are detrimental to their interest, and they don't come tell us, we have no way of knowing, and if they don't know they have appeal rights or other avenues to get them where they need to be, then we're doing a disservice to those citizens, I feel. I don't think I've ever been down to Guilford County and anybody down there has pointed out my appeal rights to any decision they've rendered, and certainly they haven't given it to me in writing. And so when our citizens are coming into this building, it's easy enough for them to get in touch with a council member, a town staff member, a Stokesdale Planning Board member. When you're going down to Guilford County, you're in a whole nother arena. If you can even find a parking place, find the right office, find the right individual to talk to, if they're in the office.
I got you.
Be careful, Tim. I like dealing with Guilford County right now.
Yeah, well.
I'm just saying, I mean.
All right, Avery, next one.
All righty.
You know what I'm saying?
I like going downtown.
I think this is 3-13.4A.
Page 75 of yours.
Wait a minute, I done got off the.
This is requiring a complete application and a sketch plan to be submitted with special use permits, and requiring technical review committee advisory review of the sketch plan. This is really just to ensure that staff has a chance to look at the sketch plan before it comes to you guys or to whatever board is hearing the special use permit. And that's, again, because the review of the sketch plan is basically to ensure that it's meeting the map standards, the required kind of representational standards, so that it's a clear document and represents what it's supposed to represent. We don't really want them coming to you guys with a incomplete application. So that is kind of the significance of that.
And I would say that change to 3-13.4A, what appears in gray, I think that probably is a requirement of 160D, that that special use permits have to be at a public hearing with evidentiary hearing. So I think that part of that, I think, is probably a 160D requirement.
Okay, very good.
The B,
Under A.
I know, what's B?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So B is cleaning up some of the special use permit findings of fact that are required. These were they were kind of nested within one another, so there was a list of conditions that whatever board is hearing the special use permit had to find, and then within that list there was another list, and so I just simplified it by having it just be one list.
Okay.
431.
So 4-3.1, that you can see under B, there's a couple of changes. So under the current ordinance, it's specified that the standard industrial classification, or SIC, manual or system is used to classify uses in the permitted use table. SIC is not really up to date or kept up to date. It's not used or updated anymore. It's been succeeded by NAICS, the North American Industrial Classification System, and so I just wanted to explicitly reference that document in the ordinance because it is the updated form of the document and enables us to find more up-to-date uses. SIC stopped being updated in, I think, 1980s.
And so that's what your office uses?
Yes.
When they're looking at uses?
All right.
Makes sense.
Okay. 4-7-1.
4-7.1. There are going to be several of these scattered around. These are just miscellaneous references to the previous section on site plan. So if you were to adopt the site plan authority change to allow planning department staff approval, this is just a cleanup section on that.
Okay. 4-7-2.
4-7.2. This section requires individual parcels, they can deviate from the requirements for townhouse developments currently with town council approval. This is changing that to allow the enforcement officer or staff to make that determination. The significance of that is that it allows, or it prevents the developer or the applicant from having to come to a public hearing to determine that. It allows a little more flexibility.
I think it should be a public hearing if they're going to change it.
Well, I would offer that certainly, townhouse, by the definition of the ordinance, I don't believe that we can have a townhouse with absent of sewer, because a townhouse is considered a multifamily dwelling.
That's correct.
Considered a two-family dwelling, or it's considered an attached single-family dwelling, I think.
Does our ordinance state that
I believe so.
in the definition part?
It's a good question. But I don't think is this section talking about sewer? I think it's
No,
talking
it's
about
talking about
street access.
Access.
For townhomes, I guess I would say, well, I would like to understand our definition of a townhome. Is it considered a multifamily home or a single?
Sure. So it is considered well,
You get the twin homes.
Twin homes are single, agreed.
I guess as a whole, it's considered a multifamily development.
So, I mean, I guess I would offer, unless there's a change to that, I don't, that's where we stop.
But the change he was making was whether town council approves that or enforcement officer makes that change.
For direct access of a townhome to a public street.
Yeah, but it's all a moot point if townhomes aren't, if multifamily's not permitted without sewer, townhome is multifamily, therefore, for the suggested changes to 4.72 are not even applicable.
Well, that's true. I mean, so you could take the whole section out,
Yeah.
theoretically.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got a lot of sections that we don't have.
Yeah, this book could be a lot shorter.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got 4-10.4H.
Yes, 4-10.4. I think it's actually G. So that's a little bit of a typo. This allows modification of the required parking spaces, again, transferring the need for a public meeting to allow staff to make that determination.
So, Avery, are you familiar with any pending legislation? I thought I read about some pending legislation that would change parking space, number of parking space restrictions.
Right.
Does that have anything to do with this?
I mean, if it were passed, it would, I mean, if parking requirements were eliminated as a whole, I mean, do you know if pending legislation is preventing local governments from implementing it or just
I don't know. I don't know what that, I'm not familiar with that legislation.
No, it's okay.
But if the authority to implement parking requirements were removed, then yeah, this section would be moved, because
Gotcha.
Four dash 10A, 5A.
4-10.5. So I'm A2.
Again, it's moving things from,
Mm-hmm. Yep, and this is for subdivisions, or is this for plan? Yeah, this is for, this is like we were talking about, plan unit developments. So the goal with this section was to bring it more in line, one, with Guilford County's requirements, which are a little more streamlined, don't require the series of, planning board and then town council meetings for the sketch plan, planning board and town council meetings for the rezoning, planning board and town council meetings for the unified development plan. It just streamlines it to allow initial review and approval of the sketch plan by staff, so they still have to come to both of those boards for the rezoning, but it transfers to kind of administrative approvals, the initial, the sketch plan portion.
this is the part that Chris was talking about earlier.
And I'm gonna ask a question, can the rezoning and sketch plan not be combined? And they still come here? As opposed to,
No, because one's a the zoning is a legislative decision.
okay.
I mean, you could have the same meeting, but they'd have to be two different hearings.
Okay.
And again, the sketch plan, again, the only question there is, do you comply with the ordinance,
Yeah.
or do you not comply with the ordinance? Whereas the rezoning is this good use or bad use of the property?
But how can we tell if a sketch plan is in accordance with the ordinance?
You have to rely on staff to do that. You're gonna be, I would assume you're
A lot of
gonna
review and questions.
rely on the staff to
I guess
make that determination.
That's kind of my point with a lot of these changes. So with subdivisions and site plans, if the ordinance is saying the only authority that even the town council has in reviewing a site plan or a subdivision or a sketch plan is to determine whether it's compliant with the ordinance, then that just requires you guys to do my job and look through the ordinance and say, does it meet the parking requirements, does it meet the environmental regulations, does it meet, which I don't think you guys want to do.
And it causes the applicant to come out here an extra 2 times.
So it really speeds the process up for the.
Yes.
Okay,
what number was that? I'm sorry.
That was number I think, 4-10.4.
4-10.5A.
So that is.
Yeah, that was J, I believe, that was J.
Let's see. So I think items, let's see. Wait, what one
We
was
just
it?
had J, I think.
We just had J. Okay. Okay, and then 3 is just, I mean, the next several are gonna be related to the same thing, so it's all cleaning up this larger section of 4.10.5A.
That take you through 5B.
Yes.
So J, K, L, and M are all the same thing.
Yeah. 4-11.3.
So you're at 4-11.
Yes, 4-11.3A2. So this was just a technical cleanup. So the original wording there was conditional uses, and when Jesse Day with the Piedmont Triad Regional Council went through, I think he was just doing a search to find the wording of conditional use to update it to conditional zoning. But this section is not talking about conditional zoning. It's talking about the scenic overlay and uses that are allowed in some situations, depending on whether they're screened. And so I just updated the title here. To have it actually refer to what is being described here.
Okay.
You got 411-3A4.
Yes. And that is just a little bit down. And this is, again, allowing administrative approval of alternate building materials for non-residential uses within that scenic corridor. So normally within the scenic corridor, brick, stone, wood, or other like and similar materials are required on all new construction and additions. And approvals for other materials can only be approved currently by the town council.
You know, they changed this year. It used to be that they restricted homes too, and then they changed it. This has been quite some time ago. It looks like this would be kind of like a sign ordinance. How do you restrict commercial when you're not restricting homes? Not that I want to restrict anybody. I mean, if they want to make it out of straw, I don't care, but, and it looks like that'd fall in the same thing as signs. How do you restrict one, not restrict the other? Chuck? Mr. Winfrey?
Well, that may not be a First Amendment issue, because that's not really, what your development standards may not be considered First Amendment issues.
Wouldn't be an equal protection? I guess nobody's tried it, so they need to call Winfrey and Associates.
Yeah.
So the next portion is 4-11.3A5. It's the same thing as the previous one, but it's allowing staff approval of deviations to the required design within the scenic corridor. Currently, long blank walls are discouraged. For every 30 feet of building frontage, there needs to be a change in the building facade, meaning relief, elevation, design, building material. And the only way they can get relief from that is to come to the town council currently.
And they should.
Let's see. So I think we're on actually to 5-3. And again, my argument for a lot of these is that it speeds up the process for developers. It's fine if the board does not agree, but that is just my thought, and that's kind of the origin of these suggestions.
Do you think developers would agree with that sentence?
Yes, definitely. I've run into multiple instances in Stokesdale specifically when it comes to the scenic corridor, which covers, I think, between 200 and 400 feet radius out from Highway 158, and any property that's within that scenic corridor needs to meet those, one, building material requirements, or two, the architectural design section that I just mentioned. And so regardless of whether you're building a self-storage unit, you have to build it out of wood or stone currently, or else you need to come to the town council in a public meeting and request a deviation from that. And you need to break up the facade every 30 feet, turn it into some, an architecturally designed structure. And again, the only way you can get relief from that is to come to town council.
Did you say 200 to 400? I thought it was 900 feet.
It might be 900.
It's
Might be
900.
yeah.
It's ridiculous. It shouldn't even be there. We shouldn't even have it. You know, this was voted on, the scenic corridor was voted on. There was only one sitting person who'd been elected that voted for that. The other two were appointed to the council. And then there was the two, I think the other two, it was just one that voted against it, but it was only one person who had been elected, voted to put that scenic corridor in.
Mr. Winfrey, I try to be quiet, God, I do. I'm trying to understand how it's unconstitutional to restrict expression on a sign, but yet this town can put a scenic corridor place in place and tell property owners what they can put on their walls and what they can't. But it doesn't apply to the whole town, that the town can decide whether it applies to 10 feet or 20 feet. And we've been through the scenic corridor overlay ordinance, word by word by word. And a recommendation was made to eliminate it because of the fairness issues, but, how is it constitutional to do this down one road and not another road?
Well, so the signs, the First Amendment isn't implicated by building materials that you put on your house or whatever, architectural design. That's not really a First Amendment question. First Amendment's dealing with speech, which is where the sign ordinance comes in. So.
Okay, it's an unfair question to the town attorney, but again, how is it equal protection under the law if one property owner has required to use brick on their building where another property owner can use let's say, siding?
And maybe some court at some future date will say that that's not constitutional, but they haven't said it yet that I'm aware of.
Which,
Yeah.
I mean, we don't, that could be done away with.
I know why we have it. We have it because we copycatted High Point with their scenic corridor on the south side of 68, and it was just a bureaucratic thing that appeared in front of the town, excuse me?
So, yeah, it's real scenic over there, south of High Point, or south of 68, 40.
Scenic. Yeah, the point being, it was rammed down our citizens' throat, basically.
Well,
And,
if you're reading the ordinance, you can make whatever changes you want to make the ordinance.
That's right.
But it's not a requirement of
It's not
160D.
required 160D.
Yeah, that's not, yeah. But it was one person, one elected official.
But it's not
But it
160D.
rolled downhill from the county is my point.
Or from High Point. From High Point or from the county? Or does it really doesn't
I
matter?
hesitate to mention names, but there was a particular county employee that pushed it on Stokesdale with some vision that they had that didn't really,
No, I mean, that's.
wasn't germane, I don't think, to Stokesdale. So I'm just asking, I try to understand how you can impose a corridor where you can't have a metal carport and beside your house on one road, but that citizen's cousin lives on another road, they can have a metal carport.
That's what kind of funny, one of the guys that voted for it, that was appointed, actually had a metal carport in front of his house. They voted for it.
He did, I know that Jimmy is correct.
Yeah, I know I'm correct. I
All right,
wasn't saying I was.
there's
That's
a
enough. We can't do nothing about that tonight.
Council can take it off.
Yeah.
Speak in favor of it.
I'm not sure yet. I'll have to think about it.
Thank you.
That'd be
So
one
are
to-
we considering changes that are not 160D required?
I think we're gonna think about some of these recommendations, it's my understanding. Let the plan-
I retract my question.
No, I know, we know which one, Shelley.
I know.
We've got off on a tangent. You know how that is.
We're down to 5-13.3C.
I think it's just 5-3 right now.
I thought we did
You're
5.
trying to skip somewhere.
Maybe not.
Yep, item Q. And this is, again, a follow-up to one of the previous comments about the recommendations about the subdivision approvals. So it goes along with that one, so we can move on to 5.
Let me ask about that,
Mhm.
being on the planning board. Why wouldn't the town want to know about and approve subdivision approvals?
It's not necessarily that you might not want to know about it, but you might not want to require that individuals come to this board for approval.
So they could build a subdivision based on going to staff.
Based on the requirements of the ordinance, which is the same if they came to you. You're reviewing it for the same things as staff. And if you're not, you're violating their rights, frankly.
Why have a planning board then?
Yeah, I mean, it's
To review other kinds of development proposals.
I think what he's saying, if the land's already zoned for doing something, And that fits in it, that they, you know. I mean, I hate to say it, I'm in agreement with a lot of that stuff. Anything that helps out the property owners.
Yeah.
But I know what you're saying, because you dealt so many years with the big developments, and I understand where you're coming from on that too, but, we might be able to find a happy medium with some of this stuff.
So 5-5.2. So currently, let's see, so currently, I mean, this again goes along with the subdivision approvals. It's just requiring that a sketch plan be submitted for approval prior to the preliminary plat being approved. I'm recommending that it be submitted for technical review committee advisory comment, and this is only on lots that include 50 or subdivisions that include 50 or more lots. Sorry, more than 50 lots.
Steve brought up a good question. I see a lot of things taken away from, the planning board wouldn't be doing. What would the purpose of a planning board be if we implemented all these changes?
Planning board would be reviewing, one, rezoning requests. I think special use permits just go to town council, so they wouldn't be involved in special use permits, but any type of rezoning, they would comment, I think, on road related.
Yeah, I think they are involved in roads closures, I think.
Closures.
And they make recommendations. Currently, the planning board makes recommendations on ordinance changes, on rezoning.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they do, is make recommendations.
Right.
I mean, that's their job. I'm just saying.
I think on the current ordinance, I think preliminary plats or plat approvals, I think, are final with the planning board. I don't think those come to the town council. I think
Yeah, they do.
Sorry.
He's agreeing.
Oh, okay.
That's correct.
So the planning board currently makes final decisions on some of these plat approvals.
Well, one of the things we've done is we've looked beyond the subdivision plat. For instance, there was a subdivision came through, and we noticed that the water from that subdivision was going on to the adjoining neighbors. Mm-hmm. And we addressed that by, I guess, asking the questions. That's something that staff doesn't know about.
That's right.
Because we had somebody living next door to that particular subdivision there.
Yeah. I love the planning board's involvement on these decisions in a small town.
I too will echo that. I very much appreciate the many man hours and women hours they put in over these many years with no pay.
Yeah.
Somebody gets a local decision and they got somebody they can go to for questions before or after, during, and they don't have to go all the way downtown.
Yeah.
And our planning board members, they're accountable to us in the event there's or whatever the case may be, and we in turn are accountable directly to our citizens because we're elected. Anybody working downtown, the only accountability we have with them is we can cancel the contract we have with Guilford County or ask for a modification, but other than that, we cannot impact anything they do, the way they do it, whether they actually do it or not, or they do it in a manner that's, let's say, inconsistent with the spirit that we expect out of them. There's just nothing we can do.
Mm-hmm. And we look at these from the lens of a small town, and
I think we're all in agreement there. Move on.
That would then go through, if I'm reading this right, it looks like you through BB are all dealing with different functions moving from, either the town council or the planning board, to staff. So, so if that would speed things up, and that's all, those are all in the same category, it
Yeah.
seems to me.
But none of these things interfere with us being 160D compliant.
Correct.
Okay.
One other area is that the planning board provides a public forum for the neighbors and citizens to get input to new subdivisions coming in here.
That's a great point.
30 years ago, I came to this town council, not you guys, and I said that the development is coming to Stokesdale. You can't stop it. The farmers can't make a living, so they will sell out and development will come. And it's been 30 years. Everything has been developed. I'm not sure that there's anything more than 100 acres, any 100-acre parcels in Stokesdale anymore.
I think William Browning was right.
Yeah, William was right.
The point is taken, but just to push back slightly, the planning board is actually precluded from taking into account public comment when it comes to reviewing these subdivisions and site plans, at least in terms of the approval.
That it may be, and we have voted against a whole crowd of people because of that. But those crowd of people were then able to come to town council and make their feelings known.
And that's because subdivision site plans is not under a public hearing. We do have citizen comments in our planning board meetings, so in every planning board, we want to give the planning board an opportunity to hear citizen concerns. And I know that's unique. Again, small town.
So where did that take us? Through BB?
Yeah, I think that takes you through BB, so then 6-4-94, just scrolling in front here.
Where are you?
CC, I guess is where we're.
6494.
Yep, 6-4.94 D6. This one is a slight headache to explain, but it's kind of a variation on the plan unit development that we were talking about earlier. So that case on Highway 68 that came a few months ago, this is a variation on a type of plan unit development district that you can do. You can have a plan unit development residential, mixed, or you can have a rural preservation district. And there are relatively small variations between them, but this just ties in with that previous plan unit development recommendation to kind of clean up, streamline that process of them having to come for the sketch plan approval to both boards, then come for the rezoning to both boards, et cetera. So it's kind of a duplicate of that.
Okay.
And I think that'll take us through all of them.
I think we'll look at them again.
We're very close to midnight. There are 3.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't want nobody else to have to. but I don't care.
The board is, are you, comfortable with the, taking some subset of these ordinances and having the planning board review them and make a recommendation, have a public hearing about them, and make a recommendation to you on approval?
I think the thing
I
that,
am, when it comes to the 160D changes, I am absolutely not with the rest of it here, until we've all read through it. with respect to Mr. Tew, I will not vote to give Guilford County any more power over our property owners, our business owners, or this town.
I think where we are is that we would ask the planning board to take a look at the recommendations that you, Mr. Winfrey, and that you, Mr. Tew, have made, and give us a recommendation, if you would, on whatever those changes might be, whatever your suggestions are, bring them back to us. But as far as the compliance part of it is, I think we're good to go on the compliance, so that we're in compliance with 160D.
Can we put that to a vote, Mayor?
If we need
So
to,
we can go home.
we certainly may. We certainly may. Derek?
What?
No, I'm just, thought you were gonna.
Well, what would that look like?
Well, I would rather a motion be made to proceed with the 160D compliance and take care of those items first, and then take a breath and slow down and get to all the suggestions that have come in from all these various directions. We have suggestions from PTRC, we have suggestions from Mr. Winfrey, we have suggestions from Mr. Tew in Guilford County, and we may even get some suggestions in from the planning board or some citizens, I don't know. You know, we can modify or change our ordinance at any time with the following the proper process, but we're under the gun with 160D. Well, I shouldn't say the gun. We're under, you know, we have to follow the law, the statutes regarding the updates to 160D, because the state mandates those. So if we wait to take into account all the suggestions, we're going to be delayed in getting 160D done. If we speed up to get all the suggestions incorporated along with 160D, we're going to be going faster than I think we should, and I'm almost assuredly going to vote no on them. Y'all can go ahead if you want to, but I will not give away our citizens' property rights.
What would, so to move forward with the 160D requirements with the planning board, what information, I mean, of course, they've been here with us, but what information in document form would they see to reference?
I think when it comes to the 160D compliance, it's just basically a matter of checking through and make sure they haven't, you know, somehow we haven't inserted language in the wrong section. The more eyes on it, the better. It's, you know, it's why we have them. You know, we don't cut them out of the process. Maybe they'll do it in an hour. Maybe they'll take 3 meetings. I don't know. That's up to them. But to get them comfortable with it, maybe they'll have some questions. Maybe one of them will find an error somewhere that we need to address. I mean, we don't know.
So Chuck, would you feel comfortable communicating only what's required with 160D and getting that in front of the planning board?
Yeah, I mean, and the planning board is its own body, so they can, I don't know that the town council can really limit what they're dealing with. I mean, they've got the authority, they're autonomous board, and they can,
legally they can.
You said, for example, look at everything in Article Roman numeral 1 is what the town council is interested in considering. They can go through and they can approve some of the things you've supported, or some, all, or none of them.
So you're saying we,
from a practical matter, you know, I mean, what are the next steps? How do we move forward if we want the planning board to focus on 160D? Are you saying that we shouldn't constrain them to that? I mean,
well, I mean, I don't know that you can constrain them. I mean, I think if you say we're interested in modifications that deal with 160D, so you would, you could say, ask them to consider all things Roman numeral 1, except for, and then they can weigh out the ones that I've suggested are required, and they can decide, make a recommendation, yea or nay on all of them.
But Mr. Winfrey, with respect, this board has the responsibility to follow through and get these 160D updates done. I don't know, before the governor comes out and puts us in jail, I don't know what could happen to us, but we have that responsibility on the behalf of our citizens. If the planning board won't follow that directive from us to do the 160D compliance take care of those first, then why isn't the planning board running the town, and why aren't we subservient to the planning board?
You know, also, that was one of the, is it 601, they're doing the paper town bill? Is it 601?
801.
801, okay, 801 had a, reference in it about not getting ordinances up to date. Was one of the deals about a paper town. It said in there, it was a section. I think we should make sure, one, that we've covered, that we have hit everything that, has been suggested to make us compliant, that we have to do, shall do. And put this thing in the planning board's hands and let's get compliant. And then we make, you know, and we, months, years, the other council, whoever can make these changes, and I mean, assign orders, we just gotta have enough sense to, we need to fix it. But we just gotta have enough sense to not.
I guess what I'm trying to say is the planning board, so we could say we want this, but the planning board is free to say, we think this change can be improved upon, or should not be done. The planning board, they have their own authority to make other suggestions, revising what, you know, Mr. Day has done, or revising what I've done, themselves.
This board, excuse me, Jim, this board didn't even vote to request Mr. Tew to go through our ordinance and make suggestions. Now we're getting those suggestions combined with what we're legally required to do, updating 160D by the state of North Carolina. And so I have no objection to the planning board can do anything it want to do, but it seems like this my town council has a responsibility to get this done, and if we can't direct the planning board to work on that first, that seemed very odd. I'd like to have.
I mean, I would suggest you request, I mean, if that's the intention of the board, you can request that they consider the changes related to 160D, and then they'll schedule it when they can do it.
Well, the planning board members are sitting here. Would it be proper to ask for their opinion about this, if they mind prioritizing this one by one?
That was one reason to have a joint session.
Okay, well then I'd like for each one of them to respond and see if they'd be willing to do that.
I think it's totally fine to address the,
Speak up, please.
sorry, I think it's totally fine to address the pertinent ones first, and then we can fall in line with the others.
Yeah,
as time-
I don't
as time
have a
goes.
problem compartmentalizing it, but let's don't kick the can 6 months or a year. If we're gonna do 160D in July, then let's make a plan to do the next ones in August, and let's get done with it.
Agreed.
Amen.
But I also think that the planning board has an advantage that we sat here and listened to this for 3 hours and 55 minutes, that we have a better understanding coming into our meeting than everybody did tonight.
Yeah.
So we can probably knock this out, I'm guessing, in less time at the planning board meeting and do it all.
Yeah.
Now,
Just
which,
understand, some
I
of
don't
this-
care either way that you do it, but, I mean, we do it, but I don't have a problem compartmentalizing it or doing it all at one time, but we've got an advantage now because we did sit here and do this.
Yeah. Our main objective is the 160D compliant. We have to be 160D compliant. All this other stuff, suggestions, I mean, it's not really kicking it down the road. We just, you know, we can pick some out or not pick them out, or.
Can we hear from you?
Let me, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Derek. I'm gonna make a motion, but go ahead, Derek.
Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Louis didn't have an opportunity to respond.
I'm sorry, Steve. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's real easy. The only thing we are missing is one member. If we could get to that member a book like we've got here, and we can have it reviewed, and in our meeting in July, the next meeting, we can make a recommendation to town council, the status of all 160D changes.
We have to have a public hearing.
Well, that will be part of it.
So you have to advertise a public hearing, 10 days ahead of time, I think it is.
That's right, no more than 25.
Do we have to throw in the public hearing every change we're going to make, or just say?
If you're gonna make ordinance, changes to ordinance, it has to be to a public hearing.
Okay, so we'd have a public hearing in July, and then we'd have another one in August if we follow what Steve's suggesting.
Right. Now, in the public hearing, do we have to go through every change, or can we?
No, I
do
think
it?
as long as if you advertise and kind of make available for public inspection what.
Let them see the
we're gonna be
book.
Dealing with.
And you'll be at that planning board meeting, the public hearing also for that.
Is it all
The only thing that I would request, it doesn't bother me to look at anybody's ideas. But if, you know, when you're making the recommendations, please split up what we have to do and what you may think we should do. You know, don't commingle it, because we had it commingled now, and we worked it out. So if you could,
It's a reasonable request.
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're
I've probably not been articulate enough about it, but
But I think, I mean, I agree coming in here, but I think after going through this and the way we've highlighted, I think we all have a pretty good idea of what's required and what's not required.
I was gonna say, I have a copy of highlighted
Yeah.
non-essentials versus what is essential.
So, but that's the thing, I'd like a document from either Robbie or Chuck to the planning board, what's required, so we make sure we capture that.
and double check
We all
back
have
with,
different notes and.
All right, Mr. Foy, would it be
check back
appropriate
with the-
between
whatever
Mr.
they are.
Winfrey
that we hit everything, because we could have missed something,
and,
'cause we bounced.
Mr. Wagner to take the list we have and somehow mark it 160D required and maybe just delete the ones that are not. How about that?
I would even suggest that Chuck use the same list and just delete anything that's not there, and then that's a good, that captures a lot of what we've talked about tonight in terms of requirements.
Let's do that. We won't have to have another list when we work with what we got, and everybody's already got a copy of this one.
Just make sure that we got everything that has to be done.
I'll just add, since I didn't create this list and I can't, I didn't say what is required and what's not, I would be more comfortable if Mr. Winfrey did that. Now, I'll be glad to go back on my notes, but it's his list, it's not mine.
Well, I meant between the two of you
Yeah,
working
we can
together
get it done,
to get
absolutely.
her done.
And Jimmy has mentioned this to the side, but I just want to make sure there's a consensus of the board. Once this list is complete of what the PTRC is saying is required versus what is recommended, Jimmy's asking that I send it back to the PTRC to say, did we miss anything? Is that a consensus of the board?
Oh, Lord, I don't know about that. They didn't follow our directions the first time.
Well, we paid them to do it, so I mean, at least we bounced all over the place.
Well, if you think it necessary, I'm okay with that.
You're gonna have two sheets of paper, a quick
we're not-
read, and they're gonna say,
Okay.
I missed one.
But we're not going to, you're not suggesting we pay them anything
I hope we
else.
don't have to.
No, I mean, you know.
I won't offer it, but if they don't do it, I can't say,
Well, just
can't
say,
make them do it.
could you please do
Yeah,
this?
I'll
And
ask them. I'll be glad to reach
Just a
out.
quick glance at
They're,
it, make
they're
sure.
very easy to deal with, absolutely.
Yeah, and then
Not a problem.
I'm sure they'll
So-
do it. Unless they listen to this meeting tonight and Tim's talking about them. They might wanna charge us about $500 an hour.
If they listen to this meeting tonight, they're gonna
I'm
run as
joking with
fast as
you,
they can.
When I work for people, I can't do that.
I'm gonna ask you.
Let me just ask, to clarify with the board, so I pointed out 2 or 3, what I call patent errors in ordinance, like the wrong name for the airport, or the wrong agency that does environmental, you want those dealt with
Please.
too?
They can be taken care of, sure,
Please.
Okay.
yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Hold on just a minute. Do we not need a motion turning this over to the planning board with the request or with the timetable that?
I'll make a motion, we remand this to the Stokesdale Planning Board to review these suggested changes for 160D compliance and 160D compliance only, and to hold the necessary public hearing and vote on it and send it back to the town council.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to substitute the word required for suggested there?
My motion is only to request the planning board look at the requirements for 160D and only address the legal requirements for 160D at this time.
Would that be contradictory of what Chuck just said about the technical changes on those 4?
Yeah,
The
but
way
I'm
you're
scared
wording
it'll
that.
cycle us back around to the same meeting we just had. So I don't know how, I heard the changes Mr. Winfrey is asking for, I understand it, they're very simple, you know, the airport change and all of that, but I'm concerned at where it may drift to, so I don't know how to handle that.
I'm concerned that if you use the word required only 160D, that's gonna handcuff the board to fix those four. Can we add, in addition to those specific?
I withdraw my motion and somebody else will make a motion. I don't know how to handle that, but I'm not going past 160D requirements here. That's just,
Well,
we gotta get it
It's like I
done.
was saying a little bit ago, I don't mind them looking at some of the other stuff, but the main focus of it is the 160D compliance, to be compliant and not to mix that up. I mean, if they want to throw that other in and give us a sheet on it and say that, hey, we think this, we think that, I don't have a problem with that.
I've never known any of us to not want to hear what a planning board member wanted to say or the board wanted to say.
But if we could split it, I mean, just, you know, where the main focus is the compliance, but.
Well, I don't know how to make a motion that we address the 160D compliance first and primarily with the action that the planning board is going to undertake, and then throw in additional language to my motion, whereas, oh, by the way, if you see a few simple things to address, take care of those.
Well, if we don't, then Chuck's things fixing the airport authority and things like that.
Maybe the motion could be that request the planning board to make, to advertise and have a public hearing on changes that are felt to be required in the 160D, and what other minor technical revisions that may be needed without substantively changing the ordinance.
Good compromise. So moved?
That's clear as mud from the planning board, guys. I'm gonna speak up now. I mean, we don't have an interpretation. I think you break it out, 160D, and then everything else in another meeting. But this, we don't know which 4 or 5 you're talking about, and this is not an actionable item that we can execute on.
Excellent. The chair has spoken. I don't think we need a motion. I think we all have a consensus as far as an understanding of what how to move forward, and certainly the chair of the planning board does.
They're all here. I got a lot of confidence in them.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're gonna forego the motion with the instructions that we provided.
I trust the planning board's judgment. I mean, they've sat through 4 hours of this.
All right,
That's dedication in and of itself.
all right.
I mean,
Let me have a couple of announcements. Public comments. Anyone that would like to speak, if you would, please limit it to 3 minutes. Thank you, folks, for sitting through this. Council comments, Mr. Rigsby,
Hope everybody has a good night.
Mr. Foy.
let's include, since it's a joint meeting, let's allow the planning board opportunity for comments as well.
Please, John.
Chris?
Chris.
Wasn't expecting this. Let's move on to adjournment and get out of here.
I hear you, brother.
T.
Good, thank you.
Steve.
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Foy.
I just want to express my gratitude to everybody. You know, Avery, I know it was a long night for you, and I did write down some ideas that, you know, that you suggested that seemed relatively practical. You know, just to give you my opinion, you were here. I think it's only reasonable and fair to share my thoughts with you, because I know we kind of threw through that. I think, you know, we are a small town, and to take away some of these responsibilities from our planning board, even if it's the planning board's responsibility simply to look at the ordinance. I understand your perspective on that, but I look at this more, you know, maybe from a small town perspective and what best meets our town's needs. So that's just a comment on that, but I think you had some great suggestions, and I've marked them down in my paper accordingly. So thank you, Mr. Tu, for being here.
Mr. Landreth.
Yeah, I'd really like to thank the planning board for being here. It's probably your longest meeting. Thank you guys from Guilford County for coming in and to do, appreciate the suggestions and everything. Chuck, of course, you know, we got a lot of confidence in you. I know you go back and forth because you're an attorney. And staff over here, you know, I've got about 15 minutes of stuff here I'd like to do, but I'm not gonna do it. So, everybody have a good night.
Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank our two citizens that are still present after all this time. And I'd like to thank the 4 unsung heroes. They're here, no pay, underappreciated, and that would be T, Andrea, Steve, and Chris. They've put up with a lot. You know, they may think I'm a raving lunatic. I don't know any one of them is certainly welcome to call me, and they know that. I'd be glad to share my perspective on any of this at any time with any of them, but they are the ones that kind of make all this function. Without them, I don't know what we'd do. And so I can't express my gratitude to them enough. They're here. They're not getting paid. They're getting no benefits. Thank you.
I'd like to just thank everybody. This is grueling, just to get through it all. I am very pleased with what we've gotten done, so let's move forward and let's get in compliance as soon as we can. Thank everyone for being here. I've got a couple of announcements. Again, on July the 8th, 2025, the regular town board of adjustments meeting is canceled. 7/10/2025, regular town council meeting will happen at 7 p.m. in this building. 7/24/2025, regular town planning board meeting is scheduled for 7 p.m. in this building.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Aye.
Mr. Rigsby?
Aye.
Mr. Foy?
Aye.
Mr. Landreth?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am aye.
Yes.
Y'all concur with that vote, planning board?
Hey, you need to ride home?